Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day so far. And let's jump right back into getting absolutely bashed up by boss fight in Silksong. seems to always be what happens. I should turn the attempt counter on for this. Where is that? We are definitely not at 24 attempts. We're at 0 for the day. I also realized I need to fix the fact that apparently I have zoom out on YouTube Studio and switch to game scene tied to the same button. So I should definitely untangle that. Okay. Launching off right away with a boss that does double damage and definitely can hit hard. Because they are, yeah, this boss is definitely on the stronger side. Hey, Alexander, welcome to the stream. That first attempt did not last very long. Yeah, the first attempt definitely did not last very long. I think I'm probably going to update the attempt counter every 3 to 5 attempts, just so I'm not constantly clicking in and out. Because we're not making it very long. Right. I have claw line that I can use to try and maybe close the gap a little bit faster. Okay. Oh, I can sort of parry their attack. I can sort of parry their attack there. Though that only worked for a couple of seconds and not indefinitely, at least. Oh gosh. They move fast. Like, they really do move, like, super fast. I'm also not sure I have the best... I'm also not sure I have the best set of, like... They're not charms, they're tools and stuff equipped for this boss fight. Because I'm a little bit more on my... Yeah, this is one that put you on off using repercussion. That kind of makes sense, because they move so fast compared to, like, the attack wind-up time, that generally by the time I can run up to them, they've probably... Yeah, by the time I run up to them, they've probably already teleported somewhere else. Because they seem to be a little bit on the trickier side. Yeah. Didn't already have claw line, so that might help a little bit, because that does help me close the gap at least. But also, I'm getting absolutely just destroyed by this boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, no straight pin. There's nothing in this. Yeah. Might need to run back to a bench and swap out some of my tools for something for a little bit more boss fight oriented at some point here. Got a decent number of tools, though I might also be missing something useful. Because, yeah, that's kind of the... Because, yeah, it's a little tricky to attack them when they teleport around as much as they do. Ah, yeah. Try and not run into them up in the sky. Though, yeah, it does seem like claw line to close the gaps is fairly effective. But that also puts me right up in their face. So if they try to attack me. If they try to attack me, then I get absolutely destroyed. I gotta make sure I keep the attempt count at least vaguely up to date. Otherwise, I'm gonna forget what attempt I'm actually on. It is nice that at least the respawn for this boss fight is like right next to the boss. Even if it is a little bit further out. Yeah, even if it is a little bit... Okay, I gotta watch out for that. Even if it is a little bit further out to get to a bench to swap stuff around. Okay, that did not go particularly smoothly. Okay. Yeah, when they run across the floor at me, that definitely does a lot of damage. Yeah, they are. I think that's my first time I've ever managed to stun lock them. But they are a little bit chaotic. Just a little. Ah, shoot. that tracks. Yeah, the bench is not actually, it's not that far, but it's definitely not like right here. It's definitely not like right here on top of the boss fight. I feel like this one's definitely... This boss fight feels like a bit of a difficulty spike. At least to me at the moment. That was a pretty lucky dice there. That was a little bit less lucky on the lucky dice. I still really like the lucky dice. Oh shoot. Where are they going? I need to figure out how to read which attack they're gonna use. Since when they're teleporting around, if I try to jump into them, yeah. Just carefully tend to my wounds and put me right outside the door. Yeah, very, very friendly little boss fight there. It's definitely a friendly little boss fight. Or at least, I think Team Cherry realizes that this boss fight is quite the step up on the difficulty. And is at least trying to give you a little bit of something to play ball with. Okay, that I'm not sure what I tried to do right there, but it did not work. I like when they do the attack up in the air, because that one's a little bit easier for me to dodge than the one along the ground. I also have yet to actually get enough silk to heal a single time during this boss fight. Up, shoot, yep. Getting slightly destroyed by the boss. And yeah, gonna try to update the attempt counter probably every 5 attempts. This is attempt number 9. So the downside with not updating it every attempt is I lose count of things very quickly. Okay. Because yeah, this is definitely a step up on the difficulty front. Okay, jump over them. I feel like Clawline definitely does help quite a bit with just being able to get around the boss fight. Given how quickly they move. Because they really are just jumping around constantly. It's one hand, you're not gonna... Sorry. Yeah, that's fine. That's why I have an attempt counter. I just need to actually remember to count attempts. It's just that it takes a second for me to click out of the game and then click back in. It takes a second for me to click out of the game and then click back in to actually update the attempt counter. Okay, that sort of works. Okay. That works a little bit less. Are you... What attack are you going to take? You're going to try to run at me. Because, yeah, the claw line getting, at least letting me move around is quite handy. Are you gonna just try to run at me across the floor again? You are. How did I know they were gonna do that? Because sometimes I wind up, like, accidentally memorizing the boss's AI more than their telegraphs. And I feel like this is gonna wind up being one of that type of boss fight. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be one of the boss fights where I wind up just learning what their AI wants to do. More so than learning. Yeah, they seem to alternate between running across the floor and jumping up in the air. At least to some degree. Though they also, it's not a perfect swap. Though they are gonna try to, did they just heal? I'm sorry, did they just heal? Did I read that right? So this is definitely my best attempt so far. Okay, you are going to try to spear me. You're gonna run across the floor. Yeah. Then you're gonna jump up in the air. And I can let me get a heal off. Then you're gonna jump up in the air. Okay. I don't know how to tell which one of the attacks they're gonna do between all of their different like needle attacks that they keep throwing at me. I can't quite tell how to read which one of those they're using. I also have no idea how much health they have. So this, because they're getting a little bit more frantic now. So I feel like some, or should she? I suppose that makes sense. The game doesn't really tell you the gender of the creatures. Okay, that is a slightly less ideal combo. They're gonna run across the floor. Okay. Stop trying to heal. Yeah, stop trying to heal. I'm assuming that's what they're doing, and it looks like they're succeeding at it. Yeah, it looks like they're succeeding at healing also. That was not great. I should know how to not get clipped by that attack. They're gonna jump up in the air. How do I know, how am I telling whether or not they're gonna teleport up in the air or run across the floor before they actually even like teleport? I do not know consciously how I'm making that differentiation. Oh gosh. That was a lot of stuff on screen at once there. Okay, they're doing like double combos now. Yeah, they're doing like double combos where they do 2 sets of needles at once. At least sometimes. Okay. I have no idea how I went from like getting absolutely bodied to suddenly understanding the boss fight. Because I guess something clicked. Yeah, something clicked with my ability to do this boss fight, and I'm not entirely sure what it is. Though I would really appreciate if they stopped healing constantly. Oh gosh, that is a lot of stuff there. Just had to learn the dance moves. Apparently so. Yeah, apparently so. Because something definitely clicked there. Or something has definitely clicked this boss fight. I'm still occasionally misreading what they're gonna do. But kind of like right there. I definitely just misread what they were doing. But it's happening It's happening less frequently now. Though I'm not sure how long of a boss fight it is, so I'm not sure if I'm gonna actually be able to win. Because they have a lot of health. So I'm pretty sure part of that is the fact that they are actively healing. Okay, you're gonna try to jump up in there. Yep, there you go. Because it feels like they roughly alternate between jumping up in the air and running across the floor at me. Though I am in one-shot territory again. Which is a scary place to be. Ah, shoot. Yeah, step on her shoes and stop from healing. Yeah, that attempt went a lot better than the previous ones did, though. I do think I'm going to go quickly change up exactly what I have equipped. Because I definitely don't have my, boss fight. I definitely don't have my boss fight tools equipped right now. But the bench should be... right here, shouldn't it? Yeah, there should be a bench, right here. Where is it? But something definitely clicked on that boss fight. Oh, is the bench down here? Is this where the bench is? No, that's too far down. Why can I not find the bench? I thought there was a bench, right here that I could use to swap out my charms. Apparently not. Apparently I've got to actually climb up to the bench, because I cannot work out where that bench is supposed to be. Yeah, I gotta go up and then down. Yeah, I just cannot work out where that bench is supposed to be. Oh, really? That was slightly rude of that enemy. Just send me flying all the way back, or just falling all the way down. Yeah, I think I just gotta attack the first sinner a little bit faster there when they're trying to heal. Just because they're so mobile. Yeah, they're so mobile that I feel like I just need to attack them a little faster. Yeah, that was a rather rude enemy. Yeah, I'm not sure where the other bench actually is. I like the lucky dice. I feel like my tools are not great for the boss fight. Though also the yellow tools aren't generally useful for combat anyways, outside of the lucky dice is really the only one that's super useful there. But I feel like I still like the warding bell. Though if I'm using the warding bell, I'm not healing. I'm gonna try swapping out the warding bell for... I'm gonna try swapping it out for Memory Crystal and Fractured Mask. I think is what I want to try there. That at least feels like it might be more useful. And it feels at least like it might be somewhat more useful. Because they're at least not very far from a bench. I just feel like this is what I like for boss fights as a combo. That was... I'm probably going to get absolutely bodied for the next several attempts again, since that seems to be how it goes, is I get one good attempt off at a time. Yeah, an entire third. That's a pretty good upgrade. Okay, I don't remember which attack they start with. Because I've got to get into their attack cycle before I can start taking advantage of their attack cycle. Because, yeah, they're definitely... I definitely should have predicted that. Yeah, they are quite predictable. Okay, come on. Come on. Okay, maybe not on the memory crystal, because I think they're moving too quickly for it to actually trigger on them. I'm just trying to work out exactly what I want to do. I should have predicted that. Okay, actually, that sort of worked. Oh, come on. That is a... Did I just get them to that whatever phase way faster than last time? Though that's not... That's going a little bit less great. Because they're already trying to heal. So I'm taking a lot more damage than I did last time. No, stop trying to heal. Yeah, stop trying to heal on me. Oh gosh. Okay, I can claw line into them when they're trying to heal. Oh, that would be a real good use of claw line. Ah, shoot. Okay, you gotta be a little more careful still. Just gotta be a little more careful. I should probably keep the attempt counter more up to date so I don't forget. But yeah, if I claw line into them when they're trying to heal, I think I can interrupt their heal a lot faster. That's at least my new current working theory. Hey, welcome to the stream. I walked straight into them right there. Okay, that was a little bit less smooth of a start to the fight there. I can definitely do the boss fight start a little bit cleaner. Yeah, no one gets to heal. That kind of seems to be what's going on here. Okay, come on. There we go. Though also, if I don't take damage, I never need to heal, so that does work. I just gotta avoid taking a bunch of excessive damage. They're gonna run across the floor for their next attack. No, they're not. No, they're not. Okay, what am I misreading there? Because there's definitely something I'm misreading in their attack pattern. Okay, I really need to be slightly more careful. Okay. that was... I at least feel like I'm making progress on the boss fight. I at least feel like I'm making progress on the boss fight. Even though... This is a slightly tricky boss. The difficulty definitely has spiked since yeah, the difficulty has definitely spiked in the last like couple of boss fights, because we had both Grohl, who was pretty tricky, and then it's immediately followed up by First Sinner, who's also pretty tricky if I'm being completely honest. Oh gosh. Yeah, I've got to make sure I'm dodging. I've got to pay attention to which needle attack they're using, so is it the needle attacks that are used to telegraph which... I'm getting some sort of telegraph on whether or not they're going to jump up in the air, or if they're going to run across the floor, and I'm not entirely sure what that telegraph I'm picking up on is. Because there's definitely something that's being telegraphed there. I kind of want to heal. I kind of want to get a heal off while I can, since there's not too many windows that actually works out. There's not too many windows that hurts. Okay, how did I not just take a bunch of damage right there? Where did they go for a second? They just like ran away from me. Okay, that is extremely not cool then when they do throw out multiple different needle attacks at once. Oh gosh, I do not have a lot of health. Okay, I need to make sure that I'm paying at least some attention. Stop healing clear across the arena. I say as if I wouldn't heal clear across the arena from the thing attacking me either. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that is chaotic. That is like genuinely chaotic. Oh gosh. They are throwing so many needles around. I'm not sure how to deal with how much stuff they're throwing out in. I'm guessing I'm making it to at least phase 2. I'm not sure how many phases there are or how much health they have, but I'm guessing they start to heal. I'm guessing they start to heal in phase 2, and maybe they start to throw out multiples in phase 3. Okay, I really need to not take a tick of damage right at the start of the fight there. Yeah, taking a tick of damage to start the fight off is not entirely optimal. Okay, yeah. If I can just be a little bit more careful. I wonder if I can pogo them when they're running across the ground and deal damage off the backs, off like the back behind their claws. That might be useful, because every little tick of damage I can deal does make my life easier. This attempt is not going as well as the previous one did. Yeah, this attempt's going a little bit rougher. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they can definitely mix it. They can definitely mix it up. Yeah. It's just hard for me to get a good read. Because yeah, I can't tell if I go like a little bit later if I can. Okay, that at least let me heal. Okay, I can hit them when they're doing that. The timing's just a little bit silly. Yeah, the timing is just a little bit silly there. Because yeah, that is it's a few attacks happening. Just a few. Yeah, you're not allowed to heal. If you're not gonna let me heal, you're not allowed to heal either. Because I can hit them when they're healing and interrupt their heal. They just move quickly and tend to throw out a lot of stuff right before they try to heal. Okay, that is... I mean, that's technically a stun. Stop. Be a little bit more polite, please. That's not an end of fight, I don't think. I feel like that's a phase transition. But that's also my first time getting that phase transition. So I will absolutely take that. Because yeah, I've learned that until I see an achievement pop up, I'm not actually fully done, truly done with the fight. Ah, shoot. They have a lot more health than I thought they did. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. It definitely seems like a fun fight. But also, this is a little bit chaotic. So I'm gonna I think they do have multiple things or phases before the phase transition. That spell. Yeah, I see the spell. I should also stop trying to read chat in the middle of the first inner boss fight. Or at least, I suspect I should stop trying to read chat in the middle of the first inner boss fight, because that feels like a good way to get just absolutely obliterated by the boss. Okay, I gotta be a little more careful there. I gotta be a little more careful. Because I can't just take damage all willy-nilly. Oh, come on. I let them get a heal off. I got distracted and they managed to heal. Okay, that... I meant to try to heal there and not... Okay. It does kind of resemble the Hollow Knight's focus. You are right. You're actually right there. Okay. Give it another go. Because they are... They're definitely not the easiest boss fight ever. Okay, you're gonna run across the floor. Once I get which attack they're doing first, I'm slowly starting to piece together how this boss decides which attack to use also. Because I feel like I can't quite get their telegraph right away, at least. Or at least in time to be able to deal damage. So I'm more playing a prediction game against their attack pattern. Okay, that was a little fast. Those have a bit more range than I thought they did. Yeah, those have a little bit more range than I thought they did. The ones up in the air. Okay, there we go. Or the ones that the needles that hit the ground. Sorry, words confusing. Boss fight fast paced. Words confusing. Yeah, that attack. I feel like I'm slowly predicting it. Yeah, prediction seems to be more effective than stop trying to heal. If you don't let me heal, I'm not going to let you heal. Yeah, the needle attacks seem to have a slightly larger AoE than I'm anticipating. Which, nope, we're not at 17 yet. We're only at 16 attempts. Slightly larger attack range than I'm anticipating. So I'm occasionally getting clipped by needles that I don't think should be hitting me. Which is... Okay. Oh. Yeah, the tools I have equipped kind of suck for this boss fight. Or at least the mask does, because I don't go to a bench to repair the mask. Yeah, I don't go to a bell to repair the mask. Or a bench to repair the mask between attempts. So having the fractured mask is actually kind of useless. Okay, I'm going to go to a bench after this attempt and swap out the fractured mask then. Because, yeah, that is... I just noticed that it's not actually like restoring between fights because I don't go to a bench to repair it. That, I suppose it makes sense. I suppose it makes sense at least. But also, not sure why I didn't expect that sooner. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, she heals for 130 health. I don't have context for how much 130 health actually is. Because I don't know for all I know, I'm dealing 3 damage or 30 damage per hit. Yeah, so still don't have a great concept of how much damage I actually deal. Okay, stun them. That'll also at least let me get a heal off. No, you're not allowed to heal if I'm not allowed to heal. Stop teleporting around all crazy. Yeah, stop teleporting around all crazy. I'm trying to attack you. I just ran straight into them right there. That was okay. That's a second. I do less than 20 per hit. Gotcha. Yeah, that does kind of vaguely resemble focus. I do not want them healing. Is one of my main concerns, though. My other concern should be keeping my health pool above 0. Which is going to be, I feel like, a little bit trickier than I want. Stop. Ah, shoot. Okay. I'm figuring it out. Though one of my 2 tools is completely useless right now. Because the fractured mask. Yeah, the fractured mask just does not help if you don't go to a bench if you don't respawn at a bench. Since it appears that it only gets repaired when I'm actually at a bench and not between the boss fight attempts. Luckily there's a bench not too far up for me to swap it back out. Okay. 'Cause yeah, it's not actually a useful spell. I think I might go with Injector Band and Memory Crystal, because Memory Crystal is dealing a decent amount of damage. I feel like. If I show the needle at the bench, yeah, I have 2 upgrades. I have the Shining Needle. Because the quest to get the quest to get another oil, I have it. I have the quest. I just haven't. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. This should not be this difficult to make it back up the ceiling. 13? Yeah. Fleabroot could help, yeah. So that's a good idea. If I'm not succeeding a bunch here, I can try that next. Yeah, 13 damage. It could be worth it, maybe, to try to get the needle upgrade, but also that's the 5-part quest that I know where exactly one of the 5 parts. Okay. We'll give it at least a couple more attempts here. Though it would be nice to have more damage. It's always nice to have more damage output. Okay, 1, 2. They're gonna run under me. Sometimes I can hit them when they do that. Sometimes they're a little bit too fast. Or my timing's off, or I don't know if I think my timing's a little early. I think I'm trying to parry a little bit too early. You're gonna go up in the air. There we go. Yeah, it's just hard to know how. Like you guys like to throw out like just damage numbers, like, oh, they heal 130. I don't have the context for that. Ah, shoot. I mean, I at least have the healing. Yeah, I'm missing like an entire biome for the needle quest. Really? I know where exactly like one of the 5 things I need to actually upgrade currently is. Which is the like caravan food thing, or not the caravan, the courier food. Oh, come on. Just slightly missing my attack. Stop trying to heal. How many times do I have to tell you that? Yeah, stop trying to heal. It is very rude because you're not letting me heal, so I'm not going to let you heal either. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, I'm at least... I'm getting more... I feel like I'm getting more consistent, at least. Yeah, I feel like I'm at least getting more consistent here. Yeah, the sprint attacks could work also. Okay, I want to heal. Okay, oh, wow. I am healing very fast now. I think I get you on liking that or the injector needles. Stop trying to heal. They're throwing out like massive AoE denial attacks. Yeah, that is so much faster. Yeah, that is so much faster. Okay. Yeah, 10 hits is kind of noticeable. Yeah. I mean, 10... When I know how much damage I'm dealing, the numbers, I can contextualize them. It's just when I don't know how much damage I'm healing, I can't really contextualize what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Yeah, I like that injector tool. Especially for boss fights. And even more so for really fast boss fights. I think they got a successful heal off there, unfortunately. Okay, they really do know how to just control, like, the entire screen. Yeah, they really do just know how to control the entire screen there. Yeah, that's a very nice... It's a very nice attack up, or a very nice upgrade to be able to just heal faster, because a lot of the times when I heal, I take damage because I'm just slightly get clipped by damage at the end of my heal, which is why I've been using the warding bell a lot. But the warding bell's just not the most useful in this boss fight. Yeah, the warding bell's not the most useful in this boss fight, because I want to either get my heal off or just burn a heal. Yeah, I started healing after her healing. Did I really? Oh, shoot. Gotta be a little bit... Yeah, still gotta be a little bit more careful, because I'm still misreading. Especially that attack is the one I misread the most. It feels like that attack where they run across the ground is the one I'm misreading the most frequently currently. Both timing wise. Yeah, both timing wise and just attack wise. So they can clip me and I don't get a silk off on it. Suppose that sort of works. Yeah, sometimes I can get a hit off. Yeah, this is a very fast boss fight, though. And I tend to do better with slower boss fights over faster ones. What are you doing? Are you gonna try to heal at some point here? It feels like they're trying to prep for a heal, but I wasn't letting them, like, meet whatever requirement they're trying. Okay. I should have not tried to heal right then. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That's a few needles and stuff flying around the screen there. Ah, shoot. Okay. Definitely figuring out the boss fight. I do feel like I like the tool combo I have right now between the injectors and the, like, crystal memory. It's just a fast boss fight. Because they're just, they have a lot of control of the arena. Yeah, they really do just have a lot of arena control. Which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense that they'd have a lot of arena control, given they're a boss fight. And that tends to be a factor that leads to quite a bit of difficulty in boss fights. Why using the Reaper Crest? Because I'm very familiar with the Reaper Crest at this point. I've been using it for a pretty good chunk of the game, so I'm just extremely familiar with how it moves and attacks. Though I've heard that it is not the best for this boss fight, particularly because of how slow some of its attack windups can be. But it's just familiarity more than anything. Because I've got some other crests. Hey, Groll the Grumpy. Welcome to the stream. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, this is a little bit chaotic. Yeah, they are a little bit chaotic. I just dashed straight into where they teleported. Oh gosh. I should try to be a little bit more careful there, I suspect. Okay, that does at least give me some capacity. I think they healed off screen there. Yeah, I really got to keep them more on screen for when they inevitably try to get a heal off, so that I can keep them from getting a heal off. Yeah, I gotta make sure they're not, like, teleporting across the screen and healing where I can't see them. From the Hollow Knight server, when you click the link, you got 38 battery points. It's literally just a link to YouTube. I'm not sure why YouTube would trigger that many. Yeah, it really is literally just a link to the YouTube to my YouTube channel. Oh gosh. Yeah, I tend to not always do the best in this phase. Because I'm very bad at bosses that, like, have a lot of, like, very bright attacks all over the screen. And also, like I've mentioned before, not always the best at the fast boss fights. This is definitely a fast boss fight. Ah, shoot. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, claw line while she's healing. Yeah, it does help me get closer. It does help me get closer when I'm using claw line. Yeah, antivirus doesn't like Discord links, but 38 is... That is a lot. My antivirus usually doesn't freak out for things because I have it pretty well tuned to what I actually care about. Yeah, I have my antivirus pretty well tuned to what I'm actually caring about, because it really likes to try to crash the VTube Studio software that's used to run the model. And that is, I think, what was causing most of those crashes we were seeing for a while, for a couple of streams, were my antivirus being absolutely convinced that my VTube Studio is a virus. Yeah, I very much like having the injector for just... That is so much nicer to have a fast heal. Because that just opens up... That opens up so many windows I can get a little bit of extra health. Especially in a boss fight like this one that's just like, stop. where it's just like, they're so fast. Yeah, I gotta make sure they're not being like, just hiding clear across the screen and trying to get a heal off. That was a pretty good roll on the lucky dice. Yeah, I just gotta make sure they're not trying to heal from clear across the screen. Okay. That sort of worked. But focus more... I still feel like if I focus more on making sure I at least don't take a ton of damage, I'm a little bit better off. I think they got a heal off there, which is unfortunate. Could use the Witch's Crest. Yeah, for even more flashing lights. As if flashing lights are not the primary cause of me getting distracted. Oh, shoot. I'm at 1 health going into this phase. That's mildly terrifying. Yeah, use my silken tools. Yeah, especially the tools. There's a sound effect when I break her heel. Gotcha. Yeah, making sure I actually pay attention. Yeah, gotta make sure I actually use the... Gotta make sure I actually use tools at some point. Because I have a tendency to forget about the tools in this game. I had a very similar thing with the spells when I played Hollow Knight. Where it took me, I think, like, until I was at, like, basically the end of the game, I should have been able to do that, before I actually remembered that spells existed. Okay. Yeah, when they jump up in the air, it's pretty easy to get at least an attack off on them. Yes, sometimes I miss that. Sometimes I miss my timing there. But sometimes I can get a dodge or attack off on them. I mean, okay, I misread that, but it didn't really matter. It doesn't really matter because I still managed to get a hit off at least. Okay, focus a little bit more on making sure I'm not running out of health. Oh, is there interrupt healed? That, like, empty ringing sound effect? I think it is. I hear what I think might be the sound effect. I just don't have a good not interrupted heal to compare it against. Okay. Yeah, I like using my silk both for healing and for claw line to just get places. Especially when they try to heal from across the arena. Because, yeah, them trying to heal from across the arena is a little bit suboptimal. Oh, come on. What are you going to try to do there? Okay. Yeah, needle supremacy. Yeah, I guess I too believe in needle supremacy. Because it definitely tends to be what I very heavily use the needle and whatnot. Needle and can't remember what it was called in Hollow Knight. But yeah, I tend to just melee everything for an excessive amount. Okay, I can punish. I can punish when they're doing that attack. Ah, shoot. Okay. Yes, an quieter version of my interrupted. Hey, thanks for stopping by streaming for a minute there. Yeah, subtracting the damage sound effect as well. Yeah. Yeah, so I think I am picking up the correct audio cue. This is definitely not the world's easiest boss fight. I would put last stream's like 3 or 4 attempts onto the counter also, but I don't remember if it was 3 or 4. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm missing out on... Gotcha. I got like... I get the gist of your message. I'm a little bit focused on the fact that I'm actively in the middle of a boss fight. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. This is still an exceptionally chaotic boss fight. 1, 2, there we go. Yeah, this is definitely still a chaotic boss fight. Even after I've started to figure out... Even after I've started to figure out some of how it's put together, First Sinner here is still does a little bit of damage. And still teleports like crazy. They just... They're even more hyperactive than I am. Yeah, First Sinner here is even more hyperactive than I am. And I'm pretty hyperactive. Stop trying to heal. Yeah, they're just hiding over there, trying to heal. Okay. Yeah, I like how much faster... I very much like how much faster I can get a heal off with the injector band. Especially given how short the windows actually are in this fight. Yeah, because that is... Yeah, those are some pretty short... pretty short things. Words are hard. So there's some pretty short heal windows between the different attacks that I can throw out. Or between the different attacks that they throw out, and just not a lot of time for me to... Ah, shoot. Yeah, I really gotta get better at not getting clipped by that damage. Okay, that attack where they're up in the air is a bit easier for me to counter, I think. Okay, because yeah, I can kind of do a double dash and sort of sneak past them there. Sort of sneak past them at least a little bit. Let's try to not take a bunch of unnecessary damage. They throw out a lot of attacks. They really are a very energetic boss fight. Though it does look like I am actually dealing damage when I hit them, like, right as they're teleporting. Okay, oh gosh. That was a little bit suboptimal. That was a little bit very suboptimal. But hey, one attempt after another. I know I can beat the boss fight. It's just a question of which attempt. I had 3 attempts last stream. Gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't remember if I did... I know I said I was going to do 3, but half the time when I say I'm going to do 3 attempts, I wind up actually doing 4 attempts. Just due to... I don't know. Me feeling one of the attempts was not good enough to count as an actual attempt. So I'll add those to the attempt counter here after this attempt as well. So this fight, this attempt counts as 4. Yeah, I really need to make better notes of, if I'm going to be doing the attempt counter for boss fights that span multiple streams, I really need to take better notes of where the attempt counter was at the end of the previous stream. Okay. Okay, and then I could get a heal off there. Might as well. And punish them for trying to heal when I didn't approve. I do not approve of their healing. I do not approve of them trying to heal, so they are not allowed to heal. Simple as that. Yeah, simple theory. Yeah, I want to try to keep a semi-accurate attempt counter. Yeah, I want to try to keep a semi-accurate attempt counter going for a lot of these bosses that I feel are going to take more than like 1 or 2 attempts. Or maybe more than like 5. Which, I mean, we're definitely over 5. They are really wanting to deal damage to me. Stop trying to heal. There we go. Yeah, they really want to heal. Yeah. Saying last try and then doing 3 more tries. I tend to do that also. It's definitely something that's happened in a number of instances. Stop trying to heal. No healing allowed. This is a healing free zone. Stop trying to heal after every single attack you're throwing out. Oh, I think they got that heal off successfully, unfortunately. Yeah, I feel like they got that one of those heals off successfully. Though I managed to get a heal off also, so I suppose I can slightly forgive them. 1, 2, there we go. Yeah, they seem to really like to counter me interrupting their heals now. Okay, I can keep my health above, if I can keep my health above 0. If I can keep my health above 0, I'm in decent-ish shape. Okay. I'm getting better at reading their attacks. But also, they are still quite the chaotic boss. They did not stay stunned for very long there. Yeah, they did not stay stunned for very long. Oh gosh. That does not feel like a win yet. Maybe? That feels like a phase 3. It feels like a phase 3. Maybe not? Did we get it? After that would have been 24, 5, 6, 7. That would have been the attempt 28. Okay, I'm going to update the attempt counter to actually be accurate then. Because I just got the achievement pop-up. Yeah, I just got the achievement pop-up. So I think that counts as a win. On attempt 28. I have no idea if that's a good count or not. Where am I going? I'm going up. Gotta figure out where I'm... Gotta figure out where I'm actually trying to get to as well. I missed that jump. I feel like for that boss fight, 28 attempts, or winning on attempt 28, isn't terrible. Because that's definitely not the easiest boss fight ever. I just missed my jump. That was... Assuming I actually beat the boss fight there. That was actually pretty fun. I am repeatedly messing that jump up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I feel like for that particular boss fight, 28 attempts, I think I'm happy with that. Okay, yeah, I think I'm happy with that attempt count. How do I get up there? What am I missing? I'm missing that. We're climbing quite a long ways up here. Okay, I cannot go that. I cannot go to the left. I can go to the right, though. Yeah, like, so I'm not always the worst at video games. Oh, shoot. But though, yeah, I was kind of worried because that boss fight was very fast-paced, which tends to cause me problems. What's this? I'm guessing that's what I'm looking for. I'm guessing that was the item I'm looking for. Okay. What is... There's the creepy crawly things. They look... Okay, that's slightly disturbing. Oh, is that where the first sinner came from? Is one of those? I'm suspecting that's where the first sinner came from, is one of those. She called us daughters, called us divine. She lied. Who are they talking about? Bound the silk skull rune rage. Weaves runes of blazing silk upon enemies. Is that the attack that they were using in phase 2? I feel like that's the attack they were using in the second phase. Or like the second part. I'm pretty sure that was actually like a phase 3. I legitimately do not know where the phase transitions for that boss fight were. Because they were kind of a little bit all over the place. Oh, am I like... I can't go back up here anymore. I suppose it's because I was still inside. That was actually a pretty fun boss fight. Not gonna lie. That was... What was it? Very chaotic also? Yeah. Yeah, it was also definitely very chaotic. I mean, I could go to that bench. Because I think this bench is also the one next to the stag station. Which I feel like is probably a slightly better spot to go there. Yeah. Pasta key definition, abandonment of religion. Yeah. I mean, they were hidden behind the apostate key and had a bunch of signs talking about how they were basically completely unforgivable. Okay, now what? There's still whatever the area above Bilehaven is. I know I can go here now. I think this is my next objective, because I think this is the ability I have. The hook shot type ability. Hey Sufels, welcome to stream. I think that's where I want to go now. Which would be Grand Bellway to that fast travel point. I think that makes sense. I don't need the attempt counter anymore. I'm not actively in the middle of a boss fight. That was one heck of a chaotic boss fight. And okay. Oh, I should actually use the skill. It is that ability. I feel like that's very good for crowd control. Is it Coral? I think it's Coral Chambers is the fast travel point over to the side. I'm suspecting I have that correct. Yeah. How do I get up there, though? I think I go to the right and then up the big room. Kind of like run right here, up here, and then over. I think I have that. Yeah, for somebody who's... Yeah, especially for my very... I'm quite well known for those not great reaction times. Oh gosh. I still have yet to disable... I like how I still have yet to actually disable the silk stealing creatures. And whatever their attack is. Yeah, my reaction time is not usually particularly great. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. These guys drop a lot of money. These enemies drop a lot of money. I feel like I might want to swap back to Weave Light instead of Crystal Memory, at least. Okay, this is the room I gotta go up in. Yeah, I feel like having double jump also makes it a lot... I feel like having double jump also makes it just a lot faster to navigate around these rooms. Throughout the entire citadel. Oh gosh. It's definitely not the easiest room still, though. So I suppose if I can get up above them, I want to go to the bench. And at least checkpoint where I'm going. Because yeah, for just exploring around, I really like the Weave Light. Because just having that one extra... Yeah, having the one extra tick of healing is quite useful. Wait, how do I get up from this room? I came to this room thinking I could go up. Am I misreading the map? I gotta go... It's like down left. It's like down left a little bit. And not... So, I think it's... Is it this room? I think it's this room. Yeah. This area is not the easiest to navigate. Though I do suppose we are kind of invading their... I'm not sure if this is their home or their what. I'm not quite sure if this is their home or what. But we're definitely taking it over. Yeah, I always have fun when I'm playing games. That's kind of why I do this. Though also, some of these rooms are a little bit on the tricky side. Oh, is that a breakable? Did I just see a breakable wall? I think because I've definitely been through this room before. Yes, yeah. Silksong so far has been a very fun game, but it's also a little bit on the tricky side at times. Yeah, that is just a secret pathway that I've just chronically been missing. Oh. Oh, I see what that is. This is their home place of worship and job site. I suppose the Citadel is... I think they'd probably classify as a cult. I think that was the intended way to get this item. Instead of my weird pogo that I had done at one point. Where am I going? I need to be up left. Even further still. Though it is nice that I can at least mostly skip. It is nice that I can at least mostly skip those enemies. In, like, platforms and whatnot. Since I have double jump now. Bench. Okay, because I think I can actually make it up here now. And I just couldn't before, because yeah. Yeah, now I can actually make it up. I have no idea where we're going up to. But we're going somewhere. Oh, that is a lot of silk. That's actually pretty, I think that's actually pretty useful. High hulls. Okay, we're in a new area. And we're immediately greeted by, what appears to be bodies in the water. It's absolutely a cult in the parallel for the, Catholic Church. I get a feeling that Team Cherry is not fans of... From everything I've seen, I'm guessing that Team Cherry is not the biggest fan of, organized religion. I've not ever fought one of these guys before. Okay, that enemy's actually a little bit tricky. Okay, because he has like the 3 little minion things that he can throw out at me also. Oh gosh. Okay. Okay, that's an interesting... It's an interesting type of enemy. This is definitely a new area, though. I want to see what's down. Is there a bench somewhere? Or a map somewhere? or anything useful somewhere? That's just some shell shards. Hey, Blobbings, welcome to the stream. What do these guys do? What is their attack pattern? Okay, they seem to be very mobile. I mean, it's my first time running into a lot of these enemies, so... Oh, I just noticed I have, like, several hundred rosaries. I think that's more than I think I'm the richest I've ever been in this game right now. As I'm exploring a new area, and quite prone to losing it all. Okay, those guys are taking, like, what's that, 5 hits? That is another room. Okay, I could definitely make that jump. 1, 2. There we go. There we go. 1, 2. Slowly making it up. And or slowly making it into just jumping into a bunch of spikes. Okay, there we go. Oh gosh. I am a little bit low on health. What was to the room to the right? Because I don't have a map of this area yet either. So I don't know where I'm actually trying to get to. But I know that, okay, these guys, this guy's not at least too difficult to fight. I can Oh, am I not getting silk from hitting all of them, at least? I think I only get silk from the big guy. Yeah, I think I only get silk from fighting the big guy. Yeah. Beat first sinner. Now I'm exploring an apparently entire area that I've been missing. Okay, let's... What's down there? I see this. I'm not sure what I just opened up. But that looks like a secret pathway somewhere. Yeah, that looks like a secret pathway somewhere. Maybe to a map? That is not a map. I am rather low on health. What's this? Shell plates and cogs that could be fashioned into flying automation. I've still yet to find... Okay, what was my marker for items that I can craft? Yellow marker? Yellow marker. Because I found it. I still don't have it unlocked. Oh gosh. That is highly problematic, given I have precisely 1 health left. Yeah, if the needle's my power, then what am I without it? A creature that has magical abilities of some variety? Yes, some undetermined variety. I see that. I see that breakable wall. Oh, I see the breakable wall. I see the item. Yeah, I can't think of a good, like... I know that there's a good, like, there's the Iron Man quote for take away the suit and what are you? And it's like the, like, billionaire still. Can't think of a good one of those for Hornet here. What is this? Psalm cylinder. Okay, it's music. I still only have 1 health. I'm still a little bit limited on healing. And have been for longer than I'd particularly like. Because I'd very much like a bench. Either a bench or a map. So that this isn't a... Actually, it still wouldn't be a complete waste, but feels slightly... Is it a fast travel point? Yeah, there's a bench here. There's still... Okay, I still need to find the map. The map is separate. I am luckily not flat broke right now, though. Because I will also take more fast travel points around the map, especially left side of the map. Hey, look! Map! Bench, fast travel, and map, all in the same room. I suppose that makes sense. Okay, okay, I feel like I missed something up here still. Yeah, I feel like I did miss something up here because I kind of ran to the right, trying to avoid taking damage. That feels like a boss fight. Yeah, that feels like a boss fight off to the left. Ooh, oh, did I finally get to open? Yeah, you were worried that I'd get 99% of the way there and die. I only do that like half the time. Yeah, that only happens like half the time, to be fair. I don't think I have a key. I only have the 1 simple key that I've already used, and I think this is... Actually, did I use 2 simple keys? I think I used 2 simple keys already. Or was the only one? I can't remember. I can never remember. This is a very boss fight looking room. That makes me concerned given I have a lot of rosaries. Yeah, I have a lot of rosaries, so... Okay, it is at least an arena. Yeah, it is at least an arena. Whether or not it's also a boss fight, I think remains to be determined. Yeah, it's simple key number 3. I know I found 2 doors, I just can't remember if I have also opened 2 doors. These enemies have a lot of health. Because that's what, like 6 hits per? I think that's 6 hits per enemy. Though none of these... That one's the one that I don't like. Yeah, the thing that steals my silk gets priority. Because that also steals my healing ability. Yeah, things that steal my silk also steal my healing ability and are basically maximum priority for me. As far as I'm concerned, at least. Okay, these enemies are... I still have not quite figured out the best way to deal with them. Yeah, I still have yet to figure out the best way to deal with this... with that particular type of enemy. So I do have the bench close by, at least. Oh, come on. It's one of the silk stealers. And it's stealing my silk. How rude of it. Oh gosh. This is... I thought that because this was just an arena, it would be a little bit easier. It's just an arena. How bad could it be? The answer is apparently quite. The forum. That still feels like a boss fight is hiding in there somewhere. Rune Rage is probably pretty good. I should actually use my tools as well. Though we are in a boss fight context, so I'm going to swap out my tools for something slightly stronger, I think. That's at least my theory. That's my current working theory. Okay, the flying enemy gets priority. Yeah, flying enemies get priority over enemies that stay on the ground the entire time. Because I'm less worried about enemies that just hang around on the ground. Okay, I should make sure I keep my health up, because this is a longer arena than I thought it was. Oh gosh. Let's also not get stuck between the 2 enemies. It's probably not great for my long-term survival. Stop stealing my silk. Yeah, the enemies that steal silk are... I'm guessing there's a way to disable them somewhere, because that feels like something that you'd be able to get rid of permanently at some point. Or at least their ability to steal your silk. Yeah, I still don't have a great way. Yeah, Silkstorm is the best. Yeah, Silkstorm would be... I think that's the one that kind of goes all over the place. Stop stealing my silk. How rude. How rude of them. Yeah, they're just stealing my silk all willy-nilly and not even asking me if they can. Yeah, didn't they ever learn that you're supposed to ask permission before you take people's things? Okay, I took out one of them. I think that puts me in a much better spot to fight the other one. Though also, I'm taking a little bit of damage. Oh, they just respawn their little friends. That feels like a big guy. Yeah, that guy feels like a big guy. Oh gosh. That guy hits hard. Yeah, that guy hits pretty hard. Okay. Okay. That definitely hits pretty hard. I'm guessing that that's probably the end of the arena, though. I think I'm going to switch over to Threadstorm and see if that helps me with the arena at all. Well, one little bit at a time. And then always get my money back. Because yeah, there are just a lot of enemies in this arena. Oh, come on. I'm trying to hit the flying enemy, and I'm just absolutely missing every attempt right now. Okay, that was not the best attempt ever. That was not the best attempt I've ever made. Okay. It might still be recoverable, because, well, don't give up till you're actually out of health. I say as I immediately go run out of health. Tis what it is. Okay, this'll be another attempt. Please get somewhere where I can start pogoing off of you, flying enemy. Yeah, pogo. If I could pogo the flying enemies, then I'm in decent shape as well. Because they're not. The flying enemy's not that strong. Yeah, the flying enemy's not that strong, all things considered. Oh, come on. So many enemies. I should really also make use of my traps. Because I have them. I should really make sure I use them. Yeah. Over under 30. Please tell me it's not that difficult of an arena. Though I'm still I'm vaguely suspecting that this is like, I can't tell if that big guy that I got to's the last enemy I need to deal with, or if there's going to be more. Yeah, the one that steals silk is the one that I focus down. Because they are the most threatening, I feel, at least. Okay, 1, 2. 1, 2. I should heal while I have the healing. And then just slowly... Will there be 2 of them? That'll be tricky. I just can't tell how long the arena is, because I don't have any good indicators as to when the arena is going to end. I mean, I might as well use my trap to thin the herd. Okay, they don't seem to be the most difficult enemies to dodge ever, at least. Though they are a little bit. Yeah, they do deal a... The fact... I think it's mostly the fact that they deal double damage that's causing me an issue. Okay, that is not a double damage attack. Oh god. Arena is longer than predicted. Yeah, the arena is slightly longer than I thought it was going to be, and I am gonna run out of shell shards because I did not restore them fully after the Groll fight. I think I have a couple of... I have a lot of shard bundles because I just haven't been using them. Okay, if I do think I've gotten the big guy's attack pattern at least worked out somewhat now. Yeah, at least worked out somewhat. Even if I haven't quite fully worked it out yet. There we go. Okay. Up. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Silksong definitely knows how to just throw difficult stuff at you constantly. Because it's always like it's just one arena to another. Either boss or combat. Yeah, deal with the one that's gonna steal my silk first, so that it stops stealing all my healing ability. You know, normally I'm not as much of a fan of enemies that like mess with your ability to heal, or that heal themselves. But they still feel at least balanced. Okay, can I use some traps to at least weaken these guys a little bit? Yeah. Yeah, because if I can at least weaken the enemies, then I can attempt to deal with them. Apparently unsuccessfully. Yeah, what am I doing wrong against those enemies? It's like the flying citadel enemies seem to pretty consistently be giving me some major difficulties. Though I just gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. I just gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. And then that'll point me at how to do better at the boss or at the arena. That is the theory. I should also focus on making sure I keep my health up. Because yeah, I suppose all the Citadel enemies are kind of on the stronger side. And they're generally, yeah, all the Citadel enemies are generally pretty tricky, from what I've gathered so far, which is quite a bit of data. Up. Carefully. Okay. Heal, throw out 2 traps. Try to at least... Yeah, I'm trying to at least thin out how many of them there are. Okay, I should heal before this guy inevitably steals all my silk. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. That's gonna be a damage trade that I should really not trade damage. Yeah, trading hits is not a safe strategy in a game where the enemies can take as many hits as you can. And there's a lot more of them. Okay, 1, 2. Get back. 1, 2. Ah, shoot. That guy just clipped me. I just dashed straight into that enemy, didn't I? I definitely dashed straight into an enemy. I can't tell. I still feel like I'm missing at least 1 or 2 things in this area. So I don't think any of that is gonna help me with the arena. think the thing that's going to help me with the arena is just getting better at the game. Specifically, just getting better at dealing with a couple of the enemies that show up in this arena, I think is the play. Okay, that guy has a lot more mobility than I'm anticipating. Yeah, these enemies do move around quite a bit. Okay, 1, 2. One of them should be at like 1 hit. Yeah, there we go. It's like one of these enemies feels like he should be at 1. They should be at down to 1 hit left. Heal before it steals my silk. Yeah, heal before the silk stealer is a silk stealer. Okay. Because, yeah, slightly very chaotic. Okay, that is... Okay, I want... These enemies are actually kind of threatening to me. Because I'm not great at countering them. Yeah, I'm not great at countering this type of enemy yet. So I suppose a free, at least a little bit of silk can't hurt. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If I could at least... Yeah, these guys, because of their little minions, have a lot of control over the arena. Yeah, they just have a lot of arena control, which makes them rather dangerous. Okay, that at least lets me get a heal off. Yeah, I really gotta be okay, I gotta be more careful. If he's gonna do the wind-up attack, I gotta get, like, back, like, pretty fast. Yeah, but when he does his wind-up attack, not that one, but the one where he's that one, I think I actually gotta get behind him when he's doing that attack. I am definitely running a little bit low on the shell shards. Yeah, I'm just trying to process the best approach for this arena. Because it's not the easiest of the arenas in the game. Granted, I think every single arena I run across gives me problems. Okay. At least I can heal. Yeah, at least when there's not any flying enemies, I can go up in the air and heal. Because keeping my health bar up when I can do that more easily is, I suspect, a good idea. Okay. Heal again. Try to thin the enemies. Take out the one that's gonna... Or take out the Silk Stealer. 1, 2, 1, 2. Just keep poking them. One enemy at a time. There we go. I still like using 2 of my traps to try to thin these enemies a little bit. Or at least weaken them a little bit. Because these enemies, I think, are one of the bigger threats I can have to face off against right now. Okay, at least lets me heal. So yeah, then if I can take out one of the 2. Yeah, if I can take out one of the 2, then I'm also in decent-ish shape. Because these are not the hardest enemies. to deal with when there's only one of them. I think it's mostly when there's two of them that are attacking across the screen. Hey, Metal, welcome to the stream. Big guy is going to be problematic. Yeah, big guy is going to be problematic. And continue to deal a rather large quantity of damage to me. Yeah, I'm not great at dodging that. Yeah, I'm not great at dodging his swing attack yet. Because it's specifically that swing attack that causes that's just giving me a lot of difficulty to counter or even just avoid. I'd be happy even if I can just avoid that swing attack. Okay, take out the flying enemy first. Yeah, flying enemy gets priority. Yeah, flying enemy definitely gets priority here. As always. It's like it's the one that steals silk, and then the ones that can fly is kind of my general priority order. Okay, one, then focus down. Try to take out one of the two. Because if there's only one on screen, if there's only one enemy on screen, I can generally keep at it a little bit better. 1, 2, 3. Then focus on the guy that's going to steal my silk. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, if I run out of shell shards, that's probably going to be a... I think running out of shell shards is a pretty good point to go do some side quests. Because it has been, like, difficult combat arena after difficult combat arena today. And I feel like my combat might be getting a little bit rusty. Because I'd rather not use my shell shard bundles if I don't, like, actually have to. Okay, and then of course we get one of the silk stealers. Okay, that's gonna drop one of or these two guys. I had my for some reason I completely forgot about. Oh gosh. Yeah, for some reason I completely forgot about those two enemies, and I thought it was the big guy next. Not sure how I forgot that. Yeah, not sure how I managed to forget that. Get that just slightly mixed up. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, that is... Because yeah, I feel like I went right from one difficult section to another. Okay, there we go. One. Okay, you know, might as well heal. Heal when I get the chance. I did not mean to throw out a trap right there. I think I hit the wrong controller button. 1, 2, 3. Focus on the one that's going to steal my silk next. Okay. I'm getting better at the enemy prioritization in this game as well. Because this is definitely not the world's easiest game ever. Can I use a couple of these traps to at least soften the enemies a little bit? Yeah, I'm just trying to soften the enemies a little bit because they cause me a lot of problems. So if I can take them out, if I can even thin out one of the two, then I'm in much better shape. Yeah, and then if I can take out one of the two, I'm also in much better shape here. Okay, there we go. I say that as if I'm not sitting here at 1 health. 0 health. Suppose that's how it goes. I do definitely suppose that that is how it goes. Because, yeah, I can, if I die near the right side of the arena, it looks like I can steal my cocoon from the arena without needing to use a Silk Eater. So if I do decide that I'm going to go do some side quests, because this is, I think, the next one of the 3 bits of main story progression. So at least what it feels like to me is that this is one of our 3... This is guarding one of the 3 items we need for story progression. Yeah, my combat is getting sloppy. Yeah, my combat is definitely getting sloppy at this point. Stop stealing my silk. Okay. Which generally means it's time for me to go do a side quest. Get slightly distracted. And I'm pretty low on shell shards also. Yeah, if I find any craft metal, I have so many things I can upgrade. Yeah, I have so many different things I can upgrade if I get a little bit of, just a little bit of craft metal. Because I have like an explosive tool, I've got I don't remember what it was up in the peaks, I've got like a little mechanical bug tool I could craft. All of which just require me to get like one more crafting material. Just one crafting material. Yeah, I like... Yeah, my second craft slot is kind of just like sitting there basically in the mode of literally anything. Because, yeah, straight pin is what I've currently got there, but it's also not like straight pin's particularly useful. It's not like straight pin's a particularly useful item either. That is not nearly as much health as I'd like to have. Yes. Yeah. I'm missing a lot of stuff. I know I'm missing just a lot of stuff around the map. There's just so many secrets and items. Oh gosh. You're gonna be the enemy. Something here's gonna be the enemy. Yeah, there we go. I think if I can steal my cocoon, I take it and I go try to track down some better upgrade. Yeah, I think I take my cocoon and try to track down, spend the money, try to track down some sort of upgrade that I'm missing. Because we're definitely missing some upgrades. Though if I'm going to be going back into exploration mode, I should swap those back around. Okay. There's a lot of stuff I can buy at... Was there anything I could spend money on at first shrine that would actually be useful? Trying to remember. Because yeah, I found... Oh, I should mark the arena on my map before I forget. That is an arena. Yeah, we've got an upgrade there. We've got an item upgrade there. We have a lot of stuff that I'm missing. I still never figured out what that door was. Yeah, there's definitely missing... We're definitely missing things. Was there anything useful here? Might as well. I've got the money. Did I ever find the merchant in First Shrine? I don't think I did. Wish granted. That did not do anything. That is bench. I don't think I ever found a merchant here. Because that at least doesn't sound familiar to me. Have you done it yet, Bellringer? Wriggled deep. Discover the depths of obsession that brought this place so low. If you speak of the citadel and its silk, caretaker, then yes, I now know the start of it. In the ward down below, I saw it clear, the hollowed husks, and the many torturous implements. Machines to instill a bug with thread that would see their life extended. Aye, that's it, in part. But there's more scale to it than all that. Just think of them greedily shoving the silk into their shells. The madness that overcame them. Eternal life for mortal bugs. Then think on to how long it's all gone on. The children born of them, and all the pilgrims after. The silk has seeded deep into this kingdom's shells, generations deep. No wonder Pharloom's bugs provided such easy prey for that haunted thread. It only had to seek for itself to reach them. Haha, now you're seeing it, Bellringer. These poor pilgrims, all born bound to the cruel system of our world, now stricken in its new cursed web. You at least are free from it, and free to shake it all up, if that's your choosing. I spent 300 rosary beads on an upgrade. You guys better give me an upgrade. or not. I just have a lot of rosary beads, and I know that there's a lot of just quests that kind of want rosary beads as just various donation boards. So it's probably at least worthwhile. I'm going to Bellhurt right now, I think, is my next destination, to at least poke my head into the shops. Because we don't have the oil to get a damage upgrade. A damage upgrade could be a good thing to work towards. Yeah, damage upgrade could be a good thing to work towards. So I also only know of the one damage upgrade item that's one part of the quest from up there. Ooh, that is more than I've got. I don't have 400. Fancy buying something? None of those are super useful either. Because yeah, I gotta get the item from here to there. Which either requires me to go through Sinner's Road, which I feel like is not the best option ever, or requires me to go a really long ways around. Okay, I've got to get to somewhere. No, wait, was it up there? I think I just lost where I needed to take it. No, it was... Where did I need to take it? Oh, it was there. So I think that I need to go up through Citadel Spa, past Grand Gate. Yeah, that is a long traversal without taking any damage, or without basically taking no damage. Yeah, I'm gonna put a pin on the map. I'm gonna not remember what this pin is later. But I'm pretty sure that's the spot it needs to go to. But that is just a very long... Wait, it feels like there should be a shortcut somewhere around the middle that I just, am missing. Yeah, that's a long journey. Though also, if I can get an upgrade tool. Yeah, look at the Grand Gate area at least once. Yeah, because it feels like there should be a shortcut around here somewhere. It feels like there is a shortcut around there somewhere that I'm just forgetting about. Or that I haven't fully unlocked. Because getting a damage upgrade, I want a damage upgrade. I don't know where most of the items for the damage upgrade are located is the problem. But I'm suspecting I technically have whatever I'd need, or all the areas I'd need unlocked at this point. Or at least either unlocked or unlockable. Because I think you mentioned that there's at least one area that I'd need to visit that I haven't even seen yet. But I feel like they're all at least unlockable. Which I can work with unlockable. Okay, I gotta remember how to get through. Gotta remember how to get through this area. Without falling into the angry sand. The sand is, yeah, it's a little bit angry at me for existing. Okay, because I also haven't rescued too many fleas lately. Yeah, I haven't rescued too many of the fleas lately. Here we shall remain for a time, Miss Hornet, and pray that more lost fleas find their way to us. What others I encounter, I shall send your way, Flea Master. Yeah, I mean, I might as well. I think I only was short like 3 flea brew. Yeah, it feels like there should be a shortcut from Shellwood up to here without having to go through blasted steps, given how long the timer was. I do have double jump now. Which does let me at least try to climb up here somehow. It does at least give me a way to try to climb up. Though that is interesting. How those platforms kind of swap. Hold on. I just straight up missed this item the entire time. Okay, I've just been straight up missing an entire item that's just like sitting in the open. Because like that wasn't even hidden. Yeah, that item wasn't even like particularly well hidden. I do know I can come through this room. And I think if I just climb up like that, then I wind up at the spa. Try to make sure I also at least have a vague semblance of an idea of where I actually need to be going. Because I'm not going to have a super long timer. Yeah, I'm not going to have a super long timer once I actually start the quest. And I can't use fast travel. I know it yells at me that I shouldn't try to use fast travel. Because I can definitely make it to the right side of this room. And then I think, yeah, this is definitely the exit I need to take. And kind of loop up and around through the Citadel Spa. That's my suspected upper part of the path. And that's not without logic, or without at least somewhat of a reason. So I think that's where I need to go. Yeah, I think that's where I need to go. And it's not... Yeah, it's not that hard to actually... It's not that hard to actually get up to... That's not the broken wall. Up to here, which is where the gap is. I just have to get here, though. It feels like there's a shortcut around here-ish. Somewhere. I just am not... I don't think it's going to be in this room. Yeah, I don't think the shortcut is over here. Because this seems to be a pretty solid... Seems to be a pretty solid set of walls. That I can't... Oh, I can... I was about to say, I don't even think I can make it up above them, but I can, and... Team Cherry was slightly intelligent to my antics and put a ceiling up there. Yeah, will deal damage to the parcel even if they don't damage me. Yeah, that's kind of what I figure. Is that the parcel seems to not particularly appreciate anything that would be remotely close to jostling it around. Is there a way up? Or can I, like, sneak down through here? Trying to problem solve this. It still feels like there should be a shortcut around here somewhere connecting the areas. But I could also just be going completely crazy. And it feels like I should be able to open up this as part of that shortcut. Because I really do not want to have to run the parcel through blasted steps on as tight of a time limit as it's giving. Because it gives a pretty quick... Yeah, it gives a pretty quick time limit. For how... Like, it does not give me much time to actually clear the area. Okay, so I think if I just run off to the right... Yeah, run off to the right and then go up here... Yeah, that seems to be the pathway it wants me to probably take. So it's always just a puzzle. Yeah, I think I'm gonna check this, or approaching it from this side through Underworks, because Underworks is not. I would say Underworks is not that terrible of an area, and I shouldn't be taking a ton of damage in it as I proceed to take damage to random saw spikes on the ground. That I'm not sure what they're doing there. This does not appear to be a OSHA-compliant workspace or workplace. Might be some slight issues with their health and safety certifications. Because I don't think my pathway leads through Underworks. Most likely, I mean, it could. I wouldn't put it past Team Cherry, actually. Yeah, I actually wouldn't put it past Team Cherry to do something and put like a actually mandatory section through someplace like Underworks. Because that feels right up their alley. Yes, it's the paid benches. But that does mean we're now near the bottom of the Underworks. None of those appear to be breakable. Can I get up there somehow? I don't... That does not seem doable of a jump to me. Yeah, that jump does not seem particularly doable to me. Okay, maybe it is. Because I don't see any platforms in the middle I can take advantage of either. Yeah, Yeah, that feels not... This doesn't feel right. But this doesn't feel like an intentional thing I can do. At least not with my current movement abilities. Though that doesn't rule out the possibility that I have to go through Underworks. Somehow. Somehow make it through Underworks as a pathway. I don't like that room. That room is scary. Yeah, that room is slightly scary with all the spikes. I think I already triggered that. Is it really gonna make me go through blasted steps? Is that really the way the quest requires me to go? Is just through the blasted steps area? Because this does not feel like a valid shortcut. Though there is... Yeah, do you think the Underworks path is worse? I'm not even sure where the Underworks path connects in is kind of the problem. Because yeah, so far the easiest way I can think of is run through here, up blasted steps, past Grand Gate, up past Citadel Spa. Yeah, there's definitely something to the right here that I not figured out yet. I think maybe I do a dry run. I'm gonna die in Underworks again, aren't I? Yeah, I am definitely not making it through here. I feel like the Sinner's Path road is... Where the Sinner's Road path is... even worse. I don't think there's enough money for me to actually care. I feel like the best pathway that I'm seeing is from Bellheart this way, up through blasted steps. I'm pretty sure I made it to about here last time. This timer does not count while you're using the elevator. Interesting. So I think I made it to about here on my first try. And I can try to make it through Grand Gate. Though there is an entire something. I'm missing an entire something up here. Because then I can loop around, over, climb up, through, and over. That feels like what it wants me to be doing. I'm not sure if that's what I actually want to be doing. Because that's not the slowest path ever, but that is... I feel like the timer is kind of similar to the flower quest in that it's... While this one's not technically hitless, doesn't technically require me to do it damageless, it functionally requires me to be able to do it damageless. Which has me mildly concerned. Yeah, that has me mildly concerned. Yeah, there's still a pathway here that I haven't unlocked. And I am very curious what I'm missing there. Yeah, I'm very curious what I'm missing up there. I mean, my curiosity, you can afford 2 hits, you remember that, right? That is not a lot of wiggle room. That is definitely not a lot of wiggle room. I want to get my cocoon back. I don't want to use a Silk Eater to do it, though. Is there a danger sand right inside this room? I think there's a danger sand right inside this room. Because I want to get my cocoon back. I don't care about the rosaries that are in the cocoon. Because it's only a couple hundred that I can... If I need a couple hundred rosaries, I could just run around the Citadel for a minute. And this is, I think, the fast way I can think of to get my cocoon back without a silk ear. The left of the steps up from lower bench potentially could be useful to explore that. It potentially could be useful to explore some of that area. Because I'm definitely missing stuff. Because I'm not sure what the fastest way through blasted steps is. Because I definitely need to make sure I at least know a fast way through blasted steps. I saw an item. I saw an item over there as I was falling down. I have... Yeah, mid-bench. Yeah, I saw an item as I was falling down. I have no idea what the item is. But I saw it. Yeah, I saw an item. I've got to figure out... Yeah, blasted steps is also not the easiest area to traverse. Usually. There's a lot of stuff. Why does that feel breakable? Hold on. That wall feels like it might be breakable to bypass it somehow. Yeah, item is item regardless. And I'm just not sure what item it is. I just know that I saw it as I was falling down. I don't remember exactly where I saw it falling down, though. Yeah, I don't remember exactly where it was on the fall down, just that it was near the bottom. Yeah, it was somewhere down near the bottom. There it is. That is just a rosary string. That is not the most useful item ever. Okay, I don't think I can shortcut up this. So what is my fastest way through blasted steps? Because I can get here pretty easily. Though getting here hitless is going to be tricky. I think the fastest way is to loop up here. Because I can't go further left here. So I think it's loop here and then climb. That is... It's my suspicion on the route, and I'm not sure I like that suspicion on the route. Yeah, I'm not sure I like my suspected route. I like it more. I like it more than going through Sinner's Road. I like my current theory more than going through Sinner's Road, at least. Couldn't these bugs like have me go grab a chunk of ice from Mount Faye and use it to freeze the food or something to keep it from spoiling? So I can take my time. Because like I didn't really mind the flower quest in Hollow Knight because it wasn't on a timer. It was so much as it was just like, don't take damage. Because yeah, I can loop this way. I can loop up here. That'll at least get me... That at least gets me to blasted steps here. The climbing up blasted steps to the upper bench, like to this bench, is going to be interesting because I can't remember the... Okay, there is a guy there apparently. Because I think I can climb up like this way. Can I get... That feels almost doable. That jump feels like it's almost doable, but not quite. Oh, there's a... I jump from here to here to here. And up. I'm like trying to build enough of a mental map that I'm gonna be able to that I'm not gonna have to like be actively problem solving this. Yeah, I'm trying to build enough of a map that I'm not gonna have to actively be problem solving to get up. Loop around past that guy to here. That will get me up blasted steps. Okay, that is at least a way for me to get up blasted steps, and I think I can do that without taking too much damage. Yeah, I think I can do that with hopefully not taking a bunch of damage, especially if I treat it as damage. Was there anything left else over here that I can unlock? Because there's still... I'm being distracted, but there's still this pathway somewhere. And I don't know if it's coming in from, like, Grand Gate, or from over here in Blasted Steps, or, like, dropping down from somewhere in, like, the Slab or the Mount Faye area. I just don't know which spot it's actually coming from. Because it's definitely somewhere. Because it's a pathway from the other side. I don't see... I may be blind, but I don't see a breakable wall. I don't see a breakable wall here. So I don't think it's this way, at least. Though we do have Libble the Unlucky over there. Yeah, making it from here. I should actually do the full run through to the spa from here. I'm just trying to build up enough of a mental map that I'm not having to route find. Was that a breakable wall? It might have been a breakable wall. It is well established that I am 90% blind when it comes to breakable walls. Okay, that enemy is potentially problematic for getting through here. Is there a way I can skip that enemy? If I jump up and over this way... Actually, yeah, let me try that. On the right side of where I was. There's a lot of places I've been. There are a lot of places that I've been that could have breakable walls, but I've smacked most of the walls in this area. Yeah, I smacked most of the walls in that area, at least. Because I don't think there's a breakable wall. That just looks like how most of the rocks and Blasted Steps look like. Because, yeah, none of these walls seem... Okay, there is actually a breakable wall. And I'm just blind. Bugborn of Pharloom, you have been chosen. May our citadel's holy gilding harden your soft shell. Stand eternal as our arbiter, that no bug-bearing sin shall step within our sacred halls. That's a little bit concerning. That is definitely... That's a little more than a little bit concerning, actually. I mean, yeah, you were right. There was indeed a breakable wall that I was completely just missing there. Okay, that sends me back down. Okay, this is a little bit of a maze. Yeah, just a little. What is this? Oh, that's a lot of shell shards. Beast shard. Oh, that's a new item type. Song spot. Is it really somewhere in here? I don't see anything reacting up here, at least. Did I already break the thing that had the song? Because I'm not sure where the song spot you're mentioning is. Maybe out here? No? Yeah, I don't see it. Down. Am I still being blind? I tend to forget the song part of Silksong. Yeah, I definitely tend to forget the song part of Silksong. That wall looked vaguely breakable for a second there. Yeah, none of this seems like a song spot, at least. Did I check the left and the right, but not the middle? Is that what happened? Because I'm also not sure what that room is. Because, yeah, nothing is... I was going to say nothing is reacting, but something is reacting. Because I definitely got some controller rumble there. Yeah, there was definitely some controller rumble in that room. Yeah, I can hop out and then back in. Oh, I need to not scare them away. Gotcha. I think that requires me to not fall down and requires me to come in from... somewhere up here. Oh, or I just drift down, potentially. Yeah, if I drift down, that might not scare them. No, that definitely still scares them. Because, yeah, it seems... I have no idea how they expect people to find this. Yeah, it does not seem to be the most traversable. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be the most traversable path. At least the shortcut back up doesn't seem to be the most traversable ever. Because, yeah, I can hear them down there. Yeah, I can definitely hear them. But, like, this appears to be a one-way path. Because even if I can line up with it, it doesn't seem to want to let me, like, wall jump up. Yeah, I am not sure how to solve that puzzle yet. I've tried most of the tools in my toolkit. Yeah, I've tried most of the tools in my toolkit at some point. I'm kind of stumped right now. Because I don't think I can make it back up this to sneak around. I've tried drifting down with the cloak. And that spooks them. So either I'm missing a, like, breakable pathway somewhere, or I'm, like, very, very stumped. Yeah, nothing here seems like a breakable path. Do I have to, like, do the song up top first? And then jump down? No? That doesn't seem to be it. Nothing down here seems to be breakable. Yeah, nothing down here seems to be breakable. Yeah, I'm a little bit... I believe you guys that there's a song spot or something if I can not scare them away. But I am a little bit stumped on how to actually trigger that. Yeah, I'm a little bit stumped. I don't think breaking their lantern does anything. Yeah, I don't think breaking the lantern does anything. All my best ideas are not working. Yeah, my ideas are not working there. I've tried playing the song almost everywhere in this room. So unless it's like and I'm not getting any reaction from most of the room. Because I'm guessing it has to be down in the bottom. Oh, that just did something. Yeah, that definitely just did something there. Though I think that might have just been me running out of silk to play it. Yeah, that sound effect I got was just me running out of silk. Because I can't seem to figure out how to not scare them. Because, yeah, this room doesn't seem to have any reaction to it. I can't play it unless I'm standing on the ground. Maybe try playing it for a bit of time in the room. I could go grab more silk and try, because I do just have the 2. Yeah, I do just have the 2 silk. I don't think anything up here triggers. Cause yeah, it's not too hard for me to go grab a little bit of silk at least. Cause that's not the way to silk. Might need more silk. Yeah, I can go grab some silk pretty quickly at least. Not that the bench isn't gonna actually give me any silk. 2 is enough, so it's fine. I'm gonna... I mean, I have a little bit of free silk. Basically just sitting inside this room. Because I can poke a couple of these guys and get at least a couple bits of silk. Yeah, there's... I believe that there's a trigger there, and I'm just not getting it. I feel like there's a lot of that in this game, of just things I'm missing. Of just things I'm missing. Due to either, like, not noticing they're there, or, like, not playing the song enough. Try to equip tax, I've gotten it yet. I don't know if I've gotten tax yet. I don't know if I've gotten taxed yet. Okay, oh, they do come back. We are chosen. All are chosen. Warmly shifting, dancing sands. Let's grow stronger. Let's grow holy. We will serve. All will serve. Warmly shifting, dancing sands. Let's go grow stronger. All together. All together. We are chosen. All are chosen. Let's grow holy. Okay, that was definitely worth it. Those things are actually kind of funny. Yeah, just a lot of wah 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 wah. Still not exactly the secret I was trying to find, because I was trying to check what was Seeing if that might have been what connected up here, does not look like it. I'm guessing that this pathway probably comes in from the slab or Mount Fae at this point. Though I suppose I could go check them, because it would be near the bottom of those areas. But yeah, I feel like the best way for me to get through this room is up and over this guy. Because I feel like I'm less likely to take damage routing the room like that. Oh, and I can completely skip that down and around bit. Oh, that's probably pretty useful. Yeah, try left bench. I'm assuming you're talking this bench. If you are, I'll check that in a minute. I want to double check that the second part of, or that the last part of my path here actually works. Yeah, I want to double check that the last part of my bench actually works. Not getting the journal entry. Am I missing something else in that area? Because it's entirely possible I'm missing something obvious. Okay, so that is... I gotta watch out for when I go into this room to not dash into the spinny spikes of death. the spinny spikes of doom. Doom, gloom, and despair. And then I gotta make sure that hopefully one of those guys doesn't spawn on my actual attempt. Because it is not the bench direction. It's up. Yeah. The no entry in the shard statue thing is about it. Gotcha. Okay, because I can climb up here. I'm currently trying to prep a pathway to get the food item from all the way down in Bellheart all the way up to the chef up here. And it is quite the pathway. Hold on, is it left or up? It's up. So I need to just climb. I just need to climb up and out. Run past the suspicious transport. And then it's up this room. I think I just need to go... Oh, do I need to go up... How do I go up through here? Is it that way? I don't think it's that way. I mean, that is a bunch of free silk. Yeah, I could also take a detour to remove the silk thief. I don't know where that would be. That is something that has been mentioned more than once as a possibility that I'm just like, I don't know where that is. Or do I need to go through here? How do I get up from this room? Because I thought I could route through the spa, but I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I might be wrong that I might not be able to route through the spa side. Oh, no, it's here. There it is. Yeah, anklets or flea brew is helpful too. It's kind of what I'm figuring. I'm just trying to even make sure I have the path figured out. Okay, so that puts me here. So then I can run to the right through the spa. Because if I have at least most of my pathway put together, a lot of my pathway does avoid enemies. Oh, where was the exit to the spa? Did I have to actually go through the spa room? I think I had to actually go through the spa room. So bench up here. There we go. I'm guessing the food does not like the water. I'm guessing the food does not like the water. I mean, to be fair, also, the first time I tried this, I didn't even have double jump yet, so... So that definitely didn't quite go where I needed it to. Yeah, not having double jump did not help with this. Okay, no, it's not that pathway. I need to go... So I come out from Spa. I think I need to go up through the floor here and then to the right. Let's try to not bonk there. Because I feel like the food needed to be delivered somewhere around here. Though I don't see the guy I need to talk to. Yeah, I don't see the guy I need to talk to deliver the food. Am I coming into this area from the wrong direction? Did I need to drop down through the ceiling? Do I need to climb all the way up? I think I need to climb I think I may need to climb all the way up. Which would mean I should probably move my marker to indicate that. Because there does not seem to be a pathway through here. This is why I'm kind of trying to check. Oh no, I can go through the floor there. Gotcha. Got it. So I can just come through the floor here. And then I can speak. Okay, I think I have the upper part of the path figured out, at least. I think I have the upper and lower parts of the path figured out at this point. So I suspect I've got my routing at least worked out as much as I'm going to be able to work it out ahead of time. Because yeah, my plan is start at Bellheart, left through, or I guess technically start here, go through Shellwood, pick it up at Bellheart, run back through, up Blasted Steps. I can climb this room, I can climb this room, I can climb this room, sneak up through there, and then over. I think that works. I think that's a valid... I think that's a workable path. Because I'm the area I'm most worried about random enemies, I think would be... I'm going to go to Grand Bellway so I can take the Stag Station over, or the Bellway Station over. Weirdly enough, I think the area most likely to take a bunch of damage in is like right at the start in Shellwood. Or I think that's what it's called. I'm already forgetting area names. Yeah, Shellwood. Because this is, I feel like, yeah, this path seems... Actually, I'm going to do one more run of the lower part of Blasted Steps up to here. Just because I've only done that like once or twice. And the more I know of my pathway before I actually attempt, or before I actually pick it up, the less likely I am to do something silly. Because yeah, I have a decent amount more mobility than I had last time. I think I'm most worried about... Actually, there's several parts that I'm somewhat worried about. See, I gotta come through here. And then I should be able to loop up here. Yeah, loop up here. Up, over, through here. Okay, what was my methodology for this room? I think my methodology was to... That enemy, I think, is going to be the one that's going to snipe me. Though I can sneak past them before they can attack. Up, over, like that. And I can bounce up these. And then I can come Okay, that guy I need to watch out for. So watch out for an enemy there. Yeah, watch out for an enemy there, because unless there's a better way for me to get from here up there, I don't think there is. So I just gotta watch out for them and jump over them. Then I can loop up here. Yeah, there's definitely enemies on the path. Because then I'm up. Yeah, then I'm up and I can head to the right. And I just need to remember that when I head to the right, to sneak this way instead of trying to go under. I think that path is workable. I'm going to sit at the bench real quick. Actually, I can use the stag station to sneak back down again. I keep calling these stag stations. They are not stag stations. Wrong game. Yeah, I think it's just the Shellwood part that I'm super concerned about. This might take a couple of tries, but I think I have enough of a plan put together at least. Because my plan is, I think, to run horizontally through these rooms and then climb this. Is this room? I think this room to the right's the one I want to climb. Because this is not... Yeah, this is not the most difficult room ever to traverse. Though maybe... I'm kind of debating which way I want to go through Shellwood. If I want to go this way, because there's like I can go take this path, I can take this path, or I can take this bottom path. This bottom path is going to cause me to take damage. This room, this tall room, feels traversable. Because it does help that I have quite a bit of movement ability. Yeah, it does help that I have quite a bit of movement ability to get up here. I just need to watch out for that. Yeah, maybe I could claw line my way through the bottom path. But that little climb right there, if I watch out for this one enemy up so if I watch out for that enemy, so if I watch out for that enemy, so maybe I go like loop around something like that. That could work, though. Also sneaking in from the right might be better. Because, yeah, I can just claw line past that enemy if I come in. Because this room's fairly safe. Honestly, a lot of these rooms are fairly safe. There's a stick bug or two. But I feel like, because I can make that climb from the bench. Yeah, I can make this climb from the bench pretty easily. So that might be the play. Go up past the bench. I'm gonna set some just markers for myself along my path so I don't get myself lost. Because like this is generally the path that I want to take from down here. Yeah, I think I like that path. What's the best way through this room without taking damage? Because I need to climb. I'm going to need to climb this room, so I should make sure I've got a good pathway through this room also. So I'm running in. So, okay, so yeah, I run in. I can climb up here. Yeah, I can climb up here. I can climb up this way. Okay, I think... Yeah, I did something similar when I was doing the flower quest in Hollow Knight. I set up some, like, just markers so that if I started to panic and lost track of where I'm supposed to be... Yeah, so that if I panicked and lost track of where I'm supposed to be, I could just quickly check my path again. Okay, this might take a couple of tries, but I have a path. The deliverers, they are broke. Gone and spilled. Do not you lose hearty heart, Miss Courier. This is Pharloom. Danger deadly. In times as these, is a rarer thing for goods to get to their goings. I'd like to try again. Yes. Okay, take a courier's rasher. Okay, because I think I have my pathway. I've just got to actually pull it off now. Because it's not the most difficult road ever, but it's also not... It's also far from trivial. Because it does... I am on a time crunch now. But I have, I think, the pathway that I like. Ignore the stick bug. Yeah, I will check chat after I finish navigating. I already got myself lost. Okay, I needed to go down through this room. Because, yeah, the more that I can... Yeah, if I mess it up one or two times, I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think I'm okay with messing it up once or twice. Because I'm still at least learning the path a little bit. But I think I have a direction, or like a set of directions that at least work a way I want them to work. Because yeah, I like the path I've picked at least. It's just a question of how many times can I lose my road and still make it up in time. Because, yeah, a little bit of planning and preparation goes a very long ways. Okay, there is an enemy after this. Yeah, there's an enemy after this gap. I gotta dodge. Yeah, a little bit of planning and preparation. Okay, that is through that room. This room I need to go up and over this enemy, because that bypasses a enemy that really does not like me. Oh, I got lost there. I need to go left and not right. Okay, that was one hit that I've taken. I did figure out I can technically bypass there if I need to. Okay. Yeah, this might take more than one try, but we're getting there. I have a path that I like. Now I gotta climb up. Now I gotta climb up this room. Which is slightly entertaining, because I don't think I've quite figured out the best path through that room yet. Yeah, I don't think I've quite figured out the best pathway through this room up here. Ah, shoot. I also need to watch out for that spinny spike every time. But I already knew I needed to watch out for that. Because then it was over. Okay, I'm definitely running. Okay, yeah, it got destroyed. What was the best way through this room? That was, I think that was a reasonable enough attempt. Yeah, that was not a perfect attempt. But given I got myself lost a couple of times, I think this route will work. I've just got to get back to Belhart again. Preferably intact. Okay, so yeah, after the first bypass, I need to turn left and go off the ceiling. Because yeah, if I didn't take a bunch of damage there, that should have been... I could have made that with plenty of time. Yeah. Yeah, if I do an enemy killing run, that would work. I just don't trust myself to not lose all my health doing that. And my pathway I picked is pretty light on the enemies in general. Yeah, my pathway is generally... yeah, the Silk Speed Anklets would be helpful also. Because that'll save me a little bit of time running through rooms. Well, that's not even one of those tools. That's one of these tools. Because yeah, that'll save me a little bit of time running through some of the rooms as well. Yep. Things broke. Take Courier's Rasher. Because yeah, having just a little bit of faster movement through some of these horizontal rooms, I feel like will help out quite a bit. Yeah, because it's not the most difficult routing I've ever done. But yeah, just being able to move a little faster. Because also, like, if I can... Yeah, that's just faster movement through some of these big empty rooms. Okay, I do need to make sure I have one silk there. Yeah, I need to make sure I have at least one silk at that point. Because I need to dodge that enemy. Yeah, could give it more of a chance for some of the spots. The blasted steps are actually not the part I'm super worried about. Because there's actually only like 2 enemies on my path. I just misnavigated my path several times. Yeah, my problem wasn't that there's a bunch of enemies I need to take out on my pathway through blasted steps, so much as, oops, I just ran the wrong way. Because, that's one of, 2 enemies that are actually potentially even in my way. Or I guess one of 3. Because then there's number 2. 2 in this room, 1 in the room up above. 1, 2. Because I can sneak through here. I just gotta watch out for all the enemies. Because then this is guy number 3, who I should just be able to jump up and over. And then not misnavigate off to the right. Yeah, there we go. That's the pathway I intended to take through this room the first time. Because that is That is a lot. That's a pretty clean pathway through Blasted Steps, I think. Because, yeah, I feel like that was a pretty clean... Yeah, I feel like that was a pretty clean traversal of Blasted Steps. Yeah, I probably don't need to claw line unless I'm getting other ingredients at the same time. It's probably true. Cause yeah, and then we have one of the Silk Stealers in this room. So I think I'm actually going to take a very slight detour over to the bench to just get rid of before I keep climbing up. Hold on. Am I still on the right road? Yes. Yes, I am still on the right path. Okay, then I need to go up through here. Up here. And it was right through this room. I think it was... That does not feel right. This is not the right pathway. I don't know if there's enemies this way. Okay. Okay, because... Okay. Those enemies are not in a useful spot. There we go. Ah, shoot. That would be a very embarrassing way to lose the rations. Because somewhere there's a hole in the ceiling. Okay, I think that's success. Sir, I bring ingredients for the dish. At last, my master is withering away from hunger. Let us see what gifts you bring. That was I like that pathway. Ah, what's this? The rasher of a courier, tied up tight. I can see its fat still dripping fresh. Okay, that is like 1 of 5. Because I feel like if I can complete all 5 of these, that will be extremely effective. So I'm not sure if all of them are going to have a time limit like that. Yeah, all the planning does pay off. Even if I did take a slightly different pathway going up here instead of through the citadel, it still works out. Now let me clean up my map. But yeah, I definitely hit the door, but I had enough time because I didn't take damage that I didn't lose the rasher at least. Yeah, I don't know where the other 4 ingredients are. It's kind of part of the now challenge. But that is the one that I was also concerned about. Yeah, I was definitely concerned about that one. Just due to... It has a time limit. Time limits are not something I respond super well to sometimes. Because, yeah, I feel like Mossberry Stew may have something to do with Bone Bottom? Like somewhere maybe in Bone Bottom or like down here or over here could be the Mossberry Stew. Though there is... I think the fast way is actually the slab. Because I think there is also... I still keep seeing that. The other ones are mainly platforming areas. I'm not great at platforming, but I can at least work it out. Because, yeah, the time limit is the one that was... The time limit is what was really concerning me with that particular part of the quest. Where am I in? Sorry, I need to go left, right. Yeah, I need to go left, right. There was a... somewhere, presumably, yes. Yeah, presumably somewhere, yes, there was a monster that gave me a druid's eye. I don't remember where that would be, though. Yeah, I distinctly remember them existing. I am going to swap back out my... swap this back out for the Magnetite Brooch. Because I distinctly remember that there was a druid cooking something somewhere. I just don't remember where. I think it was somewhere in the Bone Bottom or like Moss area down here. But I could be misremembering. It could have been Farfields. I remember it was in, I think, a green area. And the left side of this area is a green area that I recall existing. So whether or not I can actually find them is a different question of remembering that they at least exist. Were they all the way over to the left, maybe? They might have been inside that building. Because, yeah, if I can get a damage upgrade, that would be exceptionally nice. Nope, that is a locked building. So it is... That was one of the crests, or arenas for a crest, wasn't it? I don't think they're in Wormways. They might be up near Mossholm. Though there's also a distinct lack of things marked on the map. Where was the other simple key? I think I marked it on the map with something. Because I think my simple circles were simple keys. And there was a simple key that I had run into. Something that needed a simple key somewhere. Yeah, Wanderer's Chapel. Yeah. There's something up here that required a simple key, and I don't remember what it was. Because I don't think I marked it correctly on my map. I will. Yeah, near the Marrow Bellbeast place. Oh, that was over here somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. Oh, are they up here? High Hall's next to the arena. Gotcha. I forgot to mark it on my map. I don't know, somewhere around there. Somewhere around there. Yeah, I think it was the area just off to the left of the Marrow Bellbeast. That feels vaguely correct to me. Yeah, that at least doesn't feel more wrong than anywhere else. Is it already drawn on? Is it really? Oh, is it? Oh, it's that gate. Occasionally I remember things. Occasionally I don't. Sometimes my memory just decides that it's done remembering things for the day. Yeah, I feel like it's right here. I feel like it might be where I need to be headed. Is like that area for the next food item. I thought that might have been a useful little platform there for a second. Was it up here? I heard something. I hear something. I think that might be them. Okay, I think they're in the room with that bench. I just have an instinctual urge to break whatever pot that is. But I think it's this. Yeah, there we go. Druid, I require a pitcher of your mossberry stew to satiate a gourmand of the citadel. Will you pass some to me? A bug who will consume my berry brew? Strong they'd be to bear a taste so sharp. Here is a flavor so ripe, searing. Flavor of pleasure and pain. They too may see the visions if they taste it too strong. The visions, could they see? Grant the stew. For your bug. To share the visions. Yes, we shall pass it. Okay, that one's significantly easier to just pick up. I don't think there's necessarily a rush to deliver that one. Vintage nectar, crust nut, pickled muck maggot. Pickled muck maggot feels like bile water. Yeah, pickled muck maggot feels like bile water somewhere. or possibly Sinner's Road. What's that area? Yay, drugs. Yeah, what's that area right there off to the right? I think go to Greymore and then head up there. Because I don't really have a great clue where I'm trying to get. I don't really have a great clue where the other items are. That pot needs to be broken. For whatever reason, these circular pots have just like... I have just an anger towards them. Nectar is Greymore. Where? Hi there. But I'm guessing that the pickled muck maggot is like bile water. Probably bile water. Yeah, where would the nectar be in Greymore? Yeah, when I try getting the nectar. I mean, I'm always prepared for the game to surprise me, and it's going to surprise me even if I'm prepared for it. Because it could be over here in Crawl Lake. It could be halfway home. It could be one of these. I'm going to check these two things off to the left first. And talk to people. But that requires talking to people. It could also be... I think Greymore had a creepy guy living in the sewers. Yeah, I think Greymore had a creepy thing living in the sewers somewhere. I'm just not sure which spot it's in. This is not the right vertical tunnel. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take out one of the scissors guys. How much health do the scissors guys have? Actually, they're not that. Yeah, the lower... I feel like this is Reaper Chapel. But also, I don't have a... Yeah, that is definitely a chapel. Yeah, nectar does sound like a drink. That is a fair point. I'm just trying to think of all the NPCs in this area. So it could be halfway home. Yeah, it could be something in halfway home. Is where I need to go. This is a very long, twisty tunnel. Because, yeah, could be halfway home. I don't think it would be the doctor. Because halfway home, that would be... a rest area is someplace I'd expect a drink. But also could be something from the lake, because there's all those weird flying bird things over there. If I can remember how to get back through this area. Because in theory, I'm guessing I have the capacity to at least find every area I need to visit. I just have to actually remember where they are. Yeah, I'm... Yeah, because sounds like a drink. I mean, some of the only people I've seen in this entire area... Yeah, they're not sharing their medical grade stuff, yeah. That's fine. Bartender, I've been asked to acquire a nectar of significant age. Would you retain any such drink? After the finer stuff, eh? Sure, I might have a few vessels left, but I can't be selling them cheap. The shells in my cellar are the last left in Pharloom. Once they're gone, no bug will ever taste such sweetness again. That is slightly expensive. No, I don't want... Yeah, I don't need the cheap stuff, I don't think. 30, 30, 30, 90, that is not nearly enough rosaries. That is not nearly enough rosaries, but I have ways to get rosaries. I can always go farm some rosaries in the Citadel real quick. Now I slightly regret getting rid of all my... or not getting my cocoon back from Underworks. Because I think there's a halfway decent-ish rosary farming spot just off the left of here. Because I think I can... I think there's like 2 or 3 enemies just inside this area that I can kind of just repeatedly bash up. Yeah, I think I could just repeatedly bash these guys up for a number of rosaries. There might be faster spots, but I know that this one works. Yeah, I know that this one works because I need the 480 rosaries. Okay, maybe using the silk spear might be better. Okay, let's actually pick up the money. Yeah, there's only 2. There's only 2 enemies there. Actually, possibly running from here to this bench and back might be worth more. I feel like that might be worth more. But yeah. Yeah, the part that goes to High also might try that. Could also try that area. Because 480 is not that many rosaries. But I also don't want to spend the next 15 minutes just grinding rosaries. Yeah, the corridor on this bench. Ah, yeah, that would also work, wouldn't it? Because I can go there, drop down, and run left. Let's see how quickly I can... I mean, there's some enemies here, at least. Yeah, the Citadel bugs are not completely broke, at least. Yeah, you use the room immediately to the right of halfway home. that would... I mean, that would get you stuff. Yeah, because that one's going to be slow just because of all the extra traversal I have to do. So I think I like the idea of the upper bench, which would be high halls down and then to the left. Yeah, high halls down to the left, I think, is where I need to go. Yeah, the spots around halfway home are weirdly effective. Okay, and I'm assuming I do actually need the expensive one. Okay, yeah. Yeah, 50 or 80 each set. Because, yeah, there's a couple of enemies in this room that are pretty quick for me to get to. I'm guessing drop a relatively reasonable amount of money. Yeah, those guys drop a respectable amount. And they're not too far from this bench. Because actually I don't need 480, I need 390 because I'd be willing to break my rosary strings. Yeah, I'd be willing to break my rosary strings for this. So I suppose, yeah, 390 is not. Yeah, I could use Silk Spear. I think I have both of those unlocked. I just think I meant to swap it over. Yeah, I have both of those unlocked at this point. Because that's gonna deal a pretty healthy amount of damage to a couple of them. Yeah, 390 is... Yeah, 390 is not going to take that long to get. But we're definitely going to get there. Because, yeah, getting the extra damage upgrade, especially for the arena and some of these boss fights, I feel is going to be extraordinarily nice. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That gives me some shell shard. I'm also getting some shell shards out of this. So that does help. That does help me build up my shell shard stockpile again after the Groll fight. Because I definitely burned a lot of time on the Groll fight, or a lot of just resources on the Groll fight that I still have yet to fully recover. Yeah, that's it. This is relatively fast. I think I'm fine with this. This is a pretty good like just money farm. Oh yeah, I can occasionally do a double. I'm gonna do one more. Actually, keeping a 30 afraid rosaries on rosary strings. They're not the most useful. Yeah, it's not the most useful thing ever. So I'm not too concerned about using up the rosary strings to get up to the number that I need. Okay, sneak through here, up here, and over here. Yeah, there we go. Definitely a better spot than outside halfway home. Yeah, that was pretty fast for several hundred rosaries. Now I just got to get back to halfway home. Which would be Grand Bellway Station to Greyhaven, then up and over. I'm not sure what I think about the two fast travel systems being disconnected. I don't know why I called Greymore Greyhaven. I don't know if I said that out loud or if that was just in my head. but I definitely was thinking Greyhaven instead of Greymore. Because yeah, the other rosaries I can get from my rosary beads, because I think I did my addition correct. Yeah, I think I did my addition correctly, and I should be able to get 480 by breaking 2 of these strands at this point. Yeah. I did say Greyhaven. Sometimes I don't remember what goes through my head when I actually say out loud. Yes, my price might be steep. Yes. Yep, the age stuff's down at the bottom of the cellar. I'll trust you only collect the vessel you're owed. I'd be grabbing it myself, but it's become a hard climb from his stiffened shell. Okay, I've got to drop down. Oh, this is... I don't think he's been taking good care of his cellar. Yeah, I don't think he's been taking particularly good care of the cellar. Ah. Yes. Lots of bugs down here. I may have needed to fight them a little bit more than I did. Okay, I was not expecting that. Yeah, that was not something I was necessarily expecting to have to deal with. I'm pretty sure you guys even told me to expect a surprise. Yeah, there's a few ants in the cellar. Ah, shoot. Hopefully that doesn't cost me all my money. Does that really... Yeah, need a fast to fair bundle. Okay, so yeah. I don't need to repay at least. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Yeah, was not exactly expecting a slight pile of just ants and stuff down here. Oh gosh. I feel like going a little bit slower is probably the play. Because then I can kind of heal a little bit. Yeah, if I go a little bit slower, I feel like I can heal. I'm pretty sure I can clip these enemies through the floor. Yeah. Yeah, going a little bit slower, I think, is the play. So I don't just get a bunch of enemies. And absolutely no shame in my book for slightly cheesing. Come on, notice me. Notice me, weird flying ant thing. Okay, there we go. That's not too many. Because yeah, I definitely do not feel. Hey, if they're gonna jump me while I'm just trying to pick something up that I bought, that's their own dang fault. Yeah, that's their own dang fault. They're the ones who tried to jump me. Oh, I should make sure I don't die. Yeah, because you're gonna absolutely destroy the place. That's probably true. Oh, is there a big one somewhere? Notice where I am. Oh, come on. I'm trying to put the... I'm trying to keep a platform between me and the flying enemies so that they can't hit me as easily. I'm trying to keep a platform so that they can't just snipe me from wherever they feel like it. But it does not seem to be working very well. Man, I'm just straight up failing to even hit them. Okay, I can at least get a heal off. I have fought a lot of the ants before. That does help. Ah, yeah, there he is. There's a big guy. I'm guessing he's hiding. Yeah, I'm guessing that he's hiding somewhere. Okay, there we go. Because yeah, I've definitely fought the big guys before. Yeah, he does not seem to like me trying to cheese him through the floor. Okay, what are you doing? What is he doing? Okay, I should... Yeah, I should try to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, I should try to be a little bit more careful to not get clipped by his attack. He's definitely got a lot of health. I don't think I remember the big guys having this much health before. Okay, there we go. I didn't think I remember those guys having nearly that much health. Because that's a lot of health. Oh, did I need to... Did he lock me in here? Okay, what did I miss? Oh. I need to actually pick up the vintage nectar. Okay, that's 3 out of 5. Yeah, that's 3 out of 5. Would have been really funny for me to do all that and not even pick up the item I needed. Yep. Hey, you're back, miss. Heard a little commotion below. I trust everything went, smoothly? Sir, your cellar seems to have an ant problem. I assume in sending me down, it merely slipped your mind to mention? Ah, oh yes. Well, with your weapon and talent and what, I'm sure they didn't pose a problem. And why? I see you've collected your prize. So we've both come out well from the trade. Enjoy your nectar, miss. No simple pilgrim will ever taste a drop so fine. I'm not sure I appreciate being sent down there to clear out his ant infestation. And then, yep, we still have... I like how we still have just random things. I could technically do the crawbug clearing. I'm pretty sure I actually know where both of those are. Not sure where that merchant is. I'll randomly find them at some point, inevitably. So yeah, crust nut. I have no idea where the crust nut could even potentially be. Pickled muck maggot still feels like bile water to me. Yeah, that's still, I could be wrong, but muck maggot makes it sound like bile water. Somewhere, just because whenever I think of the maggots, I think of the goop water from bile water. So that is my current working theory. That is my current working theory, because I really want the damage upgrade. Though where would it be if it isn't bile water? Unfortunately, I feel like it would be up in Bile Haven. And I unfortunately feel like it would be up in all the way up in Bile Haven. Which is not exactly close, if I'm wrong. Or potentially through whatever that path is. It could be through there also. But this is at least my working theory. And I like my working theory because it sounds reasonable to me. Yeah, it's possible an area... Is that why you guys kept telling me to go left of Blasted Steps? I'm guessing that's why you guys kept telling me to explore around that left bench. Yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense. You guys in chat like to drop me very obvious hints on where stuff is, and then I continue to be oblivious. I've not tried through Sinner's Road, because there's still this area over here, but there's also an area here. And there's Bile Haven that could be connected. Yeah, I'm kind of just... I'm at least partially just guessing. Okay, there is apparently an enemy in this room. They were not here before. Yeah, the person I deliver goods to will also give me hints. Might be worth going and saying hi to them then. Because yeah, I did not realize that there was an like little mini boss style enemy in that room. I think that was where the map was, and every time I go back to where map was, there's always like strong enemies there instead. It's not too obvious of a hint if I don't see it. While I suppose you're technically true, or you're technically correct, me missing a hint is also, says more about me than the hint. Because I'm pretty sure you noted that area like 5 times. Oh gosh. That is not a great spot to be tucked in. I just missed, like, every jump under the sun right there. Okay, nope. I literally did just miss every single jump. Because there is the room in Vilewater that I haven't been in yet. I feel like I would have noticed if it was all the way up at, like, Bilehaven. Or, like, the town. Yeah, Bilehaven. Don't mind me definitely not needing the map to tell where anything is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there was something up here somewhere. I am not even making it through. Yeah, apparently I'm just not good at navigating Vilewater basically at all. Okay. That at least gets me up here. Because I can then sneak off to the right. There we go. But just a neat... You just like that. You just really like the area. And not because it potentially has something over there. I'm trying to at least de-goop myself right now. Yeah, if I can at least de-goop myself, I can then maybe heal. I always strongly dislike Vilewater. But this is at least one of a handful of areas that... Oh, I forgot to pick up my cocoon. Yeah, this is one of a handful of areas that I have seen stuff that could be related to the pickled muck maggot. Because, yeah, those maggot water, or the goop water, feels like maggot related to me. Oh gosh. Watch me run out of health again. I should really try to be a little bit more careful. Yeah, there was an area off to the right. Oh, it's down and then right. I didn't need to do that climb. It's through this room. Why did I never go here before? I mean, something tells me that I'm on the right track. I don't know if it's those things jumping out of the water at me. No, it's definitely the things jumping out of the water at me. Oh gosh. Those things are non-zero amounts disturbing. Oh, okay, that's a mask shard. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's not quite what I'm looking for, game. Because I'm kind of looking for... Okay, those things actually are kind of dangerous. Yeah, those things are actually a little bit on the dangerous side. Good to know. Good to know that those things are a little bit dangerous. That feels like it might have been the correct direction, but maybe not. I'll check the area left of Blasted Steps also here. Because the Blasted Steps left area is pretty easy to get to. And I don't like bile water. I don't think my distaste of bile water can be faulted. It's over here, maybe? I don't think my distaste of bile water can necessarily be faulted. I just don't like bile water. Where was the left exit? It was through one of these rooms. Was it over here? I just don't remember where it would be. Okay, New is apparently just hanging out here. Oh, welcome, Miss Grown-Up. Come to inspect the red rocky creatures like New? We have found a very big one. Fresh, but not too fresh. A pair of beasts attacked me here, burrowing through the stone with their spiral shells. I cut this one down and the other fled. Ma, really? New wishes that she had had the pair. She could have studied much. Unlucky to miss such a big feast of learnings. Yeah, there's another... Yeah, the muck... That would be Sinner's Road could also have the muck maggots and whatnot. Which I also don't particularly like Sinner's Road as an area. Yeah, but both of those areas are a little bit questionable. I should be a little bit more careful about just running into random damaging stuff. I feel like using the bench is... the play. Once I can make it up... Once I can actually make it up there. Okay, because yeah, that'll at least give me a bench I can rest at. And I don't think that this person's actively hostile at any point. At least in theory. Can I go further left now? Does not appear I can go further left, at least. Yeah, there's still. I'm guessing it has something to do with this whole section of the map I'm missing. Yeah, it does not look like I can go further left at the very least. That's new. I did not have the claw line to at least hit whatever that is last time I was here. Yeah, I definitely did not have claw line last time I came through this area. Okay, it is very nice that I can just kind of skip that. I don't think there's... I see a platform up there. How do I get up there? Like this. Okay, yeah, this is definitely a new spot. Yeah, this is definitely new. Okay, yeah, I definitely have never been up this way. Hey, look. I'm guessing this is where I needed to be. Somehow. Okay, that's a little bit messy. But this feels like a reasonable spot. Yeah, claw line, double jump and stuff, yeah. Coral sways, clear water flows, upon our river free of time. Interesting. Sands of Karak. Karak? Karak? I don't know if it's Karak or Karak. But this is a... I feel like I've seen at least a little bit of this before. Yeah, I feel like I've seen at least a little bit of some of this before. Because this is... I want to go left first. What is up here? Nothing I can... Right, I can't pogo off that. I can't pogo off the red ones. Okay, there's definitely still... Okay, that means there's gonna be platforms I can follow. Okay, oh, that's actually kind of an interesting little mechanic there. Memory locket. I mean, a memory locket is still worth quite a bit. Something tells me I'm gonna get, yeah, slightly wrecked by the area, though. But hey, we found it. I at least know it exists now. Yeah, I at least know that the area exists. Which means I can do something with it. Exactly what remains to be determined. Yeah, I made it. I'm guessing this is the area that loops back to... I'm guessing this is the area that winds up ultimately looping back around to the top of the blasted steps. That's at least my theory. Yeah, that's at least my theory. That loops back around. Eventually. Yeah, we are finding things. I want my cocoon back from the spot on the left. Yeah, I want my cocoon back from the left. Because I feel like if I'm exploring this area actively, having a cocoon is going to be quite helpful. I feel like it's going to be quite helpful to have my cocoon. Okay, that's actually... This is actually like a cool... This is actually a cool little mechanic for how to, like, get through the area. Oh, that was not a stable platform. Yeah, that was maybe not the world's most stable platform to try to stand on. Take out the guy on the ground first before the flying enemy. Because the flying enemy, I'm pretty sure if I stay directly below them, they can't actually hit me. Though they're also just gonna fly so far up I can't hit them. There we go. Okay, then. Oh, I gotcha. I gotcha, game. Yeah, I got the game there. That is honestly a pretty cool set of little mechanic in that room. I can actually... Yeah, I can actually heal there also. These enemies hit kinda hard. Yeah, these enemies hit kinda hard. But I guess not any harder than other enemies. I am flat broke to buy the map. I did not think about that one. Fair greetings, Chakra. These drifts consumed by crust and sand. These caverns have returned to nature, but I see evidence of bold structures buried throughout. The shells of their builders rest in a tower above. A grand tribe, they seemed. And strong fighters, I'm sure. Alas, they exist now only as hardened husks. Lament, child-wielding needle. We lived too late to match their claws. Yeah, I have 30. Noted that they're there though. I'm just currently flat broke. Yeah, I'm just currently slightly flat broke. Which is not the most useful thing for buying items. Okay, can I please take out the flying, hovering enemy? Yes, I can. Okay, there are a lot of these little secret tunnels. I'm hoping I either find like a pile of rosaries left behind somewhere, somehow. Or some manner of secret. Yeah, this area is a little bit of a maze. I don't think I can make it through that. I don't think I can quite make it through that gap. Oh gosh. Let's try to not keep being knocked off the platform every time I break these. Because yeah, if I find rosaries, I can buy a map. That would make me happy. Or if I just find... I still don't know what I'm really looking for. Really? You're just gonna fly so far up in the air that I can't even hit you. They really are, aren't they? They're just gonna intentionally hover outside of smack them with my needle range. That feels like I can get up there. Yeah. It's just a couple shell shards, though. This area very much feels like having the map would have been... or having the map would be exceptionally nice. I just don't know where I'm trying to get to. I don't know where I'm trying to get to, and I don't have the map. And I don't have the money to buy the map, even though I know where the map is. Interesting. Yeah, I know where the map is. I guess I could just keep trying to move through the area until I find something useful somewhere. I do not have a large platform to stand on to fight this guy. And they are gonna keep flying out of the way. Oh, shoot. Yeah, the sand in this area is a little bit on the angry side. Just a little. Yeah, just a little bit on the angry side. Okay, I mean, it's getting me some shell shards. Like, I'm definitely getting stuff. So it's not... I'm not wasting... Yeah, I'm not wasting anything, at least. Which way does that grow? Off to the right. I did not do that jump quite as I needed to. Yeah, temporary platforms are causing me problems. I can also... That would make sense that I could claw them. I think the trick for me there, though, was just get rid of the random enemy sitting there. I did not intend to fall down that. Yeah, I did not quite intend to fall down there. I'm kind of trying to work my way to here. It's kind of the angle I'm trying to take. Okay, ooh, bench. It says bench. I am running to bench. It is a bench. I like bench. Ooh, it's a simple key. Because I think there's 2 separate doors that I've found that are locked by a simple key still. Okay, that... Having a bench at least marks progress. Yeah, at least marks some progress for me. I feel like I can take this elevator down. And this feels like the other side of Blasted Steps. Like, this feels like it's taking me to finally open up this pathway. Oh, you know what I should do? We're close to the citadel. Yeah, we're close to the citadel. I want the map of the area. I feel like the play here is to go say hi to a couple of citadel bugs. And get myself the 90 rosary beads I need. Yeah, get myself the 90 rosary beads I need in order to actually clear... Yeah, actually clear, or not clear, actually buy the map. The number of times I've walked straight into that same spinning saw blade. Because, yeah, there's not too many... Yeah, there's not too many bugs over here. Stop stealing all my silk. At some point, I'm going to want to go turn those guys off. Oh, let's also be a little careful, apparently. Because, some of these enemies are still able to deal damage. Okay, because, yeah, if I can get, like, at least 60 rosary beads. Actually, was it 80 or 90? Can't remember. Can't remember if it was 80 or 90, so I'm going to assume 90. So yeah, if I can get 60 rosary beads. Yeah, if I can get 60 rosary beads from these guys, I can then unlock my map. Which, that is 60 rosary beads. That gives me a map unlock if I can make it back to the map unlock. Yeah, if I can make it back to the map unlock at least. Which I feel like I can traverse that room. I didn't have enough money to buy the map. Is basically what happened. So I'm heading back to that area to buy the map. Now that I have Now that I have enough rosary beads. That feels like there's something hidden in that room. Yeah, it feels like there's something definitely hidden in the room. Because without the map, I am going to be extremely lost. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, I almost made it there. Because, yeah, I want the map so I can be slightly less lost in the area. I just gotta actually get the map. Yeah, I had 0 rosary beads and a single frayed rosary strand of 30, and the map either cost 80 or 90. I don't think I can... Oh, I can kind of traverse that. Because, yeah, the map is... I think one more room left? I think it was... Because I see the rings there. I just don't remember which direction the map actually was. I don't remember if it was down here. That is not what I was looking for. I just don't remember if it was like... I just don't remember where the... It was somewhere in, I think, this set of vertical rooms. I'm very good at getting myself very lost. Okay. Because I see one of the... Okay, no, it was right here. Hey, thanks for my stream, Alexander. I should probably also call the stream here at some point also. Yeah, the old tribe of this place, they possess power to rival even the citadel. 90, yes. I can actually afford that now. Because, yeah, it's about... I've been streaming for like 4 hours at this point. If chance allows. Yep. There we go. I like the map. You've purchased the last of the mapping stock. That is... It's actually not as big of an area as I thought it was going to be. I thought that area might have been larger. Oh, is there a shortcut straight down? I see a shortcut straight down from this room. Oh yeah, this is literally just a shortcut down to... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, this is actually like a nice shortcut. Oh, that's how we wound up where we are. Okay, I am no longer lost. But I do think I'm going to call today's stream there, just because it's been 4 hours, and that's about how long I normally stream for. There will be definitely more Silksong, probably not this week, unless I can find time to do it on Friday. Unless I can find time to do a bonus stream on Friday, which 50-50 that actually happens. If it does happen, it'll be Silksong, but there will be more Silksong next week at the very least. Or in the Blind Forest tomorrow, or Ender Lilies on Thursday. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Like, comment, subscribe. If I don't say that, the YouTube algorithm decided to banish me to the Shadow Realm. And hope you enjoyed, and have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye.